Say go. We'll begin this meeting with a moment of personal reflection. Thank you. We acknowledge that we are gathered on the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee peoples, the Mohawks of Akwesasne, the original keepers of this land. As settlers, we are grateful for the opportunity to meet here, and we thank all the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. Councillor Gardner, will you please lead us in the singing of our national anthem?
Don't mind, Mr. Mayor, we have quite a choir here, so if you'll all help me out, please. Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Car ton bras sait porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you, everyone. Merci à tous. Can I have roll call, please, Madame Clerk?
Mayor Justin Towndale.
Present.
Councillors Claude McIntosh. Here. Dean Hollingsworth.
Present.
Sarah Good.
Present.
Kathleen Hébert.
Présent.
Councillors Elaine McDonald.
Present.
Sid Gardner.
Here.
So, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Sabourin is away on holidays and cannot attend. He sends his regrets. And Councillor Todd Bennett will be late arriving.
Thank you. Any additions, deletions, or amendments to the agenda? Okay. Can I have a motion to adopt the agenda as presented, please? Councillor Gardner, Councillor Hébert, all in favor? Try that again. All in favor, Council? Thank you. Any disclosures of interest? Councillor Hébert.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a few. Items number 3 and 4 both mention that they will discuss the non-mandatory, non-core budgeted items proposed to be removed. The Social Development Council is part of that list, so out of precaution, I will declare conflict for those 2 items. We'll also declare conflict of interest for number 8, which is Diversity Cornwall. The Social Development Council currently administers the payroll for their staff member, and then of course number 19, which is the presentation from the Social Development Council. So I will declare conflict for all of these items. I've submitted my paperwork to the clerk. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hébert. When those subjects come up, I would ask you to perhaps move over to the committee room. We have a live feed going on there, so you can keep watching without being in this room.
Any further disclosures of interest? Okay. Seeing none, before we get started, our town hall policy requires me to go over the rules. So just a few notes to keep in mind. Presentations are limited to 3 minutes. The clerk does have a clock. Because we have so many presentations to get through, we're going to be monitoring that very closely this evening. Those 3 minutes do not include questions or comments from council. For councillors, I would remind you that debate on any of these items, should there be any, will be tomorrow. So I would ask you to consider limiting your comments to questions to the organization, and we can have a more fulsome debate tomorrow. Also, a reminder that as per our current bylaw policy, or sorry, town hall policy, staff are not able to answer questions from council or comment on matters. So with that, we'll get started.
As we get started, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to announce that the registration period has come to an end. So if you've registered, great, you are on the list. If you are not, then you're welcome to watch the presentations. The first presentation is from Francis Racine, our own communications officer.
All right, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I will be giving you a short presentation on the results from the survey we conducted into the 2023 budget. Just looking at this now. Could probably move to the next slide. So we had a total of 392 responses between October 29th and December 26th. Of those, 176 reported being between 36 and 60 years old, 112 reported being between 19 and 35 years old, and 103 reported being 61 years of age or older. And the most common theme we saw through the whole survey responses was homelessness and housing affordability. Next slide, please. So these are some of the comments that we heard from residents. Like I mentioned, it was mostly relating to homelessness and cost of living, but there's also support for arts, questions or comments about tax increases, being fiscally prudent, and so on. So these are all answers that can be found in the budget book. So it's just kind of to give you a just kind of an overview of what was said during the survey. And the five biggest issues that were highlighted in that survey were cost of living, housing affordability, property taxes, social issues, and crime. And when respondents were asked for the best value for their tax dollar, they chose recreation, roads, water, wastewater, and emergency services. But then the worst value for tax dollar, and again, this kind of went all over the place really, it was Cornwall Police Service, Cornwall Fire Services, Bylaw, and Museum Arts Center. Next slide, please. And this is our last slide, actually, and it was because we asked residents how satisfied or unsatisfied they were with the three emergency services that we have in Cornwall. So the fire service, the police service, and the paramedic service. As you can see, most were satisfied with all three services, the paramedic service being the one that was the highest rated at 68.1%, followed by Cornwall Fire Services at 50.7%, and then the Cornwall Police Service at 42.2%. If council has any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Seeing no questions, please continue, Francis.
Sure, sounds good. That's actually the last slide we
Okay.
have in this presentation. Like I said, it's kind of a short resume, but all the results are available in council's budget book.
Okay. Are there any questions for Francis at this time? Councillor McIntosh.
Just wondering if any of those in those survey results that people expressed why they were not satisfied?
We didn't give them that option. We just asked if they were satisfied or not. We also did ask them if they used the service, and if so, if they were satisfied with it or not.
Okay. I just find it amazing that any of them, like especially paramedics, 68 are 27.1 neutral and 4.7 unsatisfied. We got tremendous service there.
Yeah, I would through you, Mr. Mayor, I would assume that it's probably because some people voted, or mentioned that they were neutral because they hadn't used the service, right? So.
Okay, I have Councillor Good and Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. This was the first time that we did a community survey for our budget, is that correct?
I don't think so. I think we did one a few years back. Through
Okay.
you, Mr. Mayor.
So when do you anticipate that this is going to be an annual activity moving forward?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, that definitely would be. Yeah.
And based on the results of the survey, would you say there's any lessons learned that you would change for next time, how we can better engage the community, and or where you felt that you weren't getting the response that you were really asking for?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I did some research, and the survey that we conducted about 5 or 6 years or even longer than that, we had about the same amount of survey answers. Now, we did another survey for a topic that was for clear bags, and we received quite a lot more feedback. So I think it's probably a topic that perhaps isn't as a bit more dry than other topics, I would think, but there's definitely ways we can improve the amount of answers we do get through a survey.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much. I hope on next year's we can potentially add an item for wish list items to know what people actually do want that maybe they're not otherwise seeing and isn't included anywhere else.
I agree.
Thank you.
Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now, Francis mentioned that the survey was available on the city website. I'm sure that those lengthy responses at the end of the survey as well, so everything that we have in our budget book is on the city website, so great. Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you, Francis. Appreciate the update. Madam Clerk?
Okay, so we'll start with our registered speakers, Mr. Mayor. And the first one is for Alsfield Hall, and here to present is Brittany Waldroff, General Manager.
Ms. Waldroff, welcome to council.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, everyone. As all of you know, the article published on Wednesday by the Standard Freeholder referencing the budget deliberations at City Hall has hit a nerve amongst Altsville Theatre's clients and supporters. While we understand City Council's responsibility to taxpayers and that an annual review of municipal funds is necessary, it was clear from the discussions that the importance of Altsville Theatre and our structure may not be evident to all members of council and staff. In our first full year since reopening after COVID, Altsville hosted 62 events and was occupied for 98 days. As Cornwall's premier venue for both professional tours and local clients, including theater groups, dance recitals, graduation ceremonies, and fundraisers, we act as a community hub, proudly serving over 25,000 guests in 2023. With a volunteer complement of over 50 members and a small core team of staff mostly employed on a casual basis, we are grateful for the opportunity to serve our community. In 2023 alone, over 1,700 hours of volunteer time was invested into Altsville Theatre. I have been in my role at Altsville Theatre for 14 months now, and I am incredibly proud to lead this nonprofit organization as their general manager. I came to this role with a background in fundraising, public relations, and marketing, and with a mandate to increase the usage of the theatre and fundraise for much-needed theatre improvements. As a nonprofit organization since 2002, Altsville Theatre is led by a board of directors, and all fundraising efforts and net revenues are reinvested into the theatre annually. Since 2012, over $500,000 in fundraised dollars has been reinvested in our technical equipment and front-of-house services to better serve clients and patrons alike. Currently, thanks to a successful grant application, we have a new projector and screen on the way to facilitate bringing independent film back to Altsville for 2024. I must stress that the stability brought to our organization in 2022, thanks to the MOU between the city and our board, has been the foundation for our most recent grant success. Although there are multiple revenue streams for Altsville Theatre, including rental fees, fundraising, and grant support, which includes the operating support from the City of Cornwall, we still have a long list of priority investments required to maintain our theatre. It is important that we stress that without these revenue streams, the rental fees that we would be passing along to our clients would make their events and our operations unviable. The investments we make in the theatre are crucial in keeping up with ever-evolving technology and our client needs. As we look ahead strategically, we will be calling on our local community and potential funders at the local, provincial, and federal levels, as well as private foundations for their support to meet these needs. As a community, we are quick to celebrate our local boy, Ryan Gosling, particularly given his recent successes and award nominations. I've been told that some of Ryan's early experiences in front of a live audience took place at Altsville Theatre, and I appeal to each of you to consider what that means, the importance of this for the next generation. Finally, I encourage council to consider the value Altsville Theatre brings to the community from both a resident recruitment perspective and the economic impact Altsville Theatre has for local restaurants, hotels, and businesses. In closing, I'd like to thank our supporters and Cornwall City Council and staff for their support and friendship over the last 20 years, and we look forward to a sustained support and an optimistic future as continued partners. Thank you.
Councillor Hubert.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you so much for your presentation. And thanks to everybody here supporting you. I assume 99% of those here are your doing, so thanks for joining us, and welcome to council. You should come by more often. Just a quick question. Some of the things I've seen, like questions I've seen over sort of the weekend and whatnot is, does an Oddsville theater bring in revenue when they have shows? And so my first thought is, shows aren't free, right? So when you bring in a performer, you have to pay them. And so there's a cost there. There's a cost to operate the hall. And so maybe further explain that. So there's really not a lot of revenue coming in because
Absolutely.
it's then put back into the expenses of the production.
Absolutely, and there are some supplementary materials in your package today, and they do outline that we act for the most part as a roadhouse. So for the most part, our clients are coming in and renting the venue from us. It is not a regular occurrence that we are paying the performers to come in. We have recently started presenting again with Sean McCann back in October, which was our first fundraiser that we hosted for the theater post-pandemic. So in that case, we would have, a fee to the talent, so to speak. But for the most part, we are renting the venue to our clients. And again, there is a list within your package that outlines the various expenses that we have related to hosting those events. A lot of it goes to staff time. And then, as I said, all of our net proceeds are reinvested into the theater.
Okay, great.
Thanks for the question.
Thank you so much for that answer. And just want to express that I would not support a cut to Oddsville Theatre or anything around the arts. Or even, we talk often about the support we've provided our sports community, and now it's time for the arts. I wouldn't cut the sports either, right? I think
Yeah.
there's a place for all of
Absolutely.
it. We can do all of the things at the same time. And I just want to remind everybody that the budget, as is, currently does continue to support the Oddsville Theatre. It's been a suggestion to
Yeah.
possibly cut certain things to bring us to a lower tax rate, but I personally, and I think a lot of my colleagues around the table will continue to support Oddsville as a really important piece of our community.
Wonderful. I'm very glad to hear that.
Further questions? Councillor Gardner.
More of a comment than anything else. Over the years, and I'm glad you brought up Ryan Gosling, over the years, that theater has provided young people, young artists, a place that is a professional theater. And so when they leave this theater and go to another professional theater, they know what they're dealing with. And there are other artists who have gone to England, to France, that I know of, who we would like to put in the Hall of Fame, but don't want to be in the Hall of Fame, but at the end of the day, someday we'll get them in there. And your report really is a ditto to what I was trying to say the other night. I just didn't have the time to do it, all of it. And thank you for taking the time to get online and letting us know exactly how you feel. Because I still have about 60 more responses, so if you didn't get them yet, they may be coming this week. Thank you for being here. It's much appreciated. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Councillor Gunjo. Oh, sorry, correction. Councillor Hollingsworth and Councillor Gunjo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Two questions. You suggested, or you said you may have raised $530,000 over the last 12 years, approximately 45 grand, give or take. What initiatives have you pursued to raise, like what kind of fundraising have you done? Bake sales, and I'm being facetious a bit, but like what have you done to raise money?
So again, within your package, there's a few different examples of
Just
how
got
we
the
do that.
package today,
Fair
so
enough.
I'm trying to kind of put it together on the
Fair
fly
enough,
here.
and I am wordy, so it is a good 7 pages. So we do a variety of things. Like I said, we had Sean McCann here from Great Big Sea back in October. The net revenue from that was approximately $10,000. We have, we're consistently looking for grant opportunities. Prior to COVID, we had the Altsville Film Festival, which, provided about 100,000 of those dollars of that $530,000. We also have a capital refurbishment fee built into each of our events. So that is now for 2024, $1.50 from each ticket sold, which we take to reinvest back into the theater. Additionally, we are always have an open door for those that want to support us. We have a Canada Helps page where we direct folks that wanted to make an online donation. We recently had our board chair pass away, unfortunately, back in November. And we did receive, in memoriam donations from him as well. So there are various avenues that we're exploring. Like I said, my background is fundraising. I've been on the ground now for 14 months, and we've got a lot of plans that we hope come to fruition in 2024 and 2025. So we're just getting our ducks in a row to really hit that aggressively over the next few months.
Right. I've been on a couple of associations, non-profit
Sure.
community associations that have membership drives in which you are literally paying for a membership to support the cause, in this case, Altsville. Do you have a membership?
We don't currently. It's something that my board chair and I actually recently discussed as we were, looking ahead to our strategic planning. But we are open to all options. And I will say over the course of this weekend, I have had a number of people reach out to me about how they can help, drum up some support through third-party events and that sort of thing. So we are open to all possibilities to, further enhance what we're able to bring to the community. Additionally, just within your package, there is a list of some of the priority investments that we need to make. So you'll notice that those likely come with a very high price tag.
Right. The last question, and I don't see an official budget document in the package.
Sure.
Perhaps I've missed it.
No.
What's your total budget? I know the city's in for about 297, I think it is, with the 27 and the additional lease agreement. But what is the total budget of Altsville Theatre?
I don't have that with me at the present moment, but I would be happy to follow up with you on that.
I would be interested in that.
Absolutely,
just out of
absolutely. We've just gone through our audit process for the last fiscal year. Our fiscal year ends August 31st. So, and those are always shared with city staff.
Okay.
And I'd be happy to share them with you once they're approved by my board of directors.
I'd appreciate that.
Of course.
The last one, so on page 5 of your report, one that looks like this,
Okay.
just so we have a reference here, all of the salaries that you've listed, those are all of the current employees, technically?
Yes, so our current structure is we have 2 full-time employees, myself and my technical director. We also have a part-time front of house and volunteer coordinator. The rest of the staff outlined on that document are casual staff, so they are brought in for event-specific tasks.
Okay, thank you.
You're very
Thank you,
welcome.
Your Worship.
Councillor Goodjoe.
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation. And thank you for what you're doing for our community. But I have a few questions that I would like to discuss with you. Do you have any program that you offer for youth people, for our residents?
That we offer specifically?
Yes.
So we, like I said, for the most part, act as a rental venue. I will say we have a great delegation here today from Seaway Valley Theatre Company, and they are often using our space, for their talent. They use our space in November specifically for a junior presentation. I can't say off the top of my head how many kids were involved in that, but there was at least 25. I'm trying to think of the number of mics that were involved.
Great, yeah.
But they're in every year, and it is one of our favorite weeks because it's just such a special moment for them. Additionally, we host graduation ceremonies for a variety of high schools. This past June, we had St. Joseph's Catholic Secondary School because they were experiencing some trouble with their building. And we also had L'Héritage because they had an extreme amount of graduates this past year. But traditionally, we host La Citadelle's graduation ceremony as well as St. Lawrence High School and TR Léger's. So we're seeing quite a few students come through that. We also have, we host dance recitals with our local partners, Powell School of Dance, Studio C Dance, and BCDC. So we are seeing a lot of young people on our stage throughout the year.
Oh, thank you very much. I wanted to know if you have any, maybe you don't have, but do you have any example of our resident that went through this theater and now that is shining out of Cornwall?
Ryan Gosling is the most prevalent one,
That's
particularly, given that he's not Oscar nominated right now. It's a pretty cool feeling to know that he's been on our stage. There are a number. I was tagged in, or the theater was tagged in a Facebook post today from an upcoming client in October. They're bringing back an ABBA tribute, and one of the musicians has been on our stage it was the first stage he performed on. So I was really pleased to see that. It speaks to, the talent that's out there, that goes out and that is here, that goes out into the world, and, looks forward to coming back to show their talents at Alttsville Theatre.
Okay, thank you. Last question, Mr. Mayor. I had a discussion with the province, province government about funding festivals.
Yes.
2 days, 3 days festival. And I don't know if you apply for this program on the provincial government.
So we have applied for provincial programs in the past, and we have been successful with a number of those over the years. We are, as I said, currently exploring what opportunities are out there, and there are many grants. There are, the Celebrate Ontarios, I believe that they have rebranded recently, but I know that there are quite a few out there, and we are looking at what opportunities there are there for film. Once we get that back, we would love to bring back the Alttsville Film Festival, and we would certainly be looking for support from the province for that.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're
Thank
very
you very
welcome.
much for what you're doing.
Thank you.
I'm going to support you.
Thank you. I
And,
appreciate that tremendously.
Point of information, Mr. Mayor?
Councillor Gardner, on a point of information.
You talk about young people. All you have to do is go down and see the Kinsman's Music Festival every year, which brings youth from very young piano players, violinists, singers, you name it, they're on that professional stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Good.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much for your presentation and for the absolute mob of people that you've brought here with you. My inbox, as I'm sure all of ours, has been flooded over the last several days with pleas for support, and you've certainly brought forward a very compelling case, and it's clear to see how this enriches our community as a whole. I am very much in support of what you offer to our community. And I will ask some questions because I want to ensure that, the investments that we're making externally are equitable and that, as we prepare for the opening of our new art center, that we're looking at things holistically. And I don't want to get too pointed into specific budget items in terms of, what do you charge for rentals? I mean, I do have some questions in that sense. I guess one of the things that struck me when it was presented to us was, I've been here since October 2022, so not a very long time, not a lot of history to hold. And so I think last year we had seen the $70,000 that we put towards, I believe, the salary aspect, but I hadn't seen the $230,000 that goes towards rental, and I was very struck by that amount. It feels like a lot to be charged back to us, and so I do want to find a way that we can make sure that we're supporting the services that you provide so that we're not putting it at risk, and I'm hopeful that we can do that in a way that isn't causing us to cut something else, because we're here and we're making very difficult decisions about what to fund. And, you know, as you saw, affordability is a huge issue right now for our residents. So
Absolutely.
yeah. So I definitely support this. I have no intentions of any cuts at this time. I do want to see a review, though, of how the funding model is being
Absolutely.
done so that we can ensure in the future that we can support all of the arts in our community. And it's clear that there are a lot of other organizations that are benefiting from this. So very much have my support. I am still cautiously optimistic.
Absolutely, and I'd welcome you to come down, and I'd love to have a coffee and chat some of these questions out with each and every one of you that is interested.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a group tour. I'm not sure, but my door is very much always open, and I am very eager to, you know, serve our community to the best of our ability, and I am open to whatever we can do to get us where we need to be, and to also, you know, I understand the priorities of council and your responsibilities to taxpayers very, very well.
Thank you. And I appreciate that you've clearly been able to mobilize a very strong and vocal group of people here. So kudos to everyone who's taken the time and the energy to really stand up for what you believe in. I think it's so important.
They're a wonderful group of people who are very passionate.
Further questions or comments? Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just, I appreciate it also, Phil, for the years you have provided world-class entertainment to people in Cornwall, saved untold number of trips to Ottawa or Montreal or Toronto to see shows that we would have to travel that far to see. And I think your children's Christmas special can't be beat. It's just, it's the beginning of my family's Christmas, and they come from Ottawa and Montreal and Toronto, and they watch the matinee at Altsville, and it's just magic for them all. So keep it up.
Councillor McIntosh?
Yeah, I just want to say that should have saved your applause to the end, because I haven't heard one person around this table mention the word cut Altsville Hall. Nobody's talking about it. I think that when the graph was put up, we were told, here's what you can't cut, and here are four you can look if you wanted to. There was no desire around this table to cut. That was simply pointing out a fact of life. That health unit, certain things, you can't even think about it. That side, you could think about it, and nobody was thinking about it. So,
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
you don't face any cuts. I understand we have a 20-year agreement?
19 years, and it was signed in 2022.
Yeah, so it comes down to, even if we want to pull out, and again, emphasize, there's no desire to close that hall around this table. It would take breaking the contract, it involve some legal challenges.
Absolutely.
Yeah, sure. I want to point out, too, that the Grand Theatre in Kingston and the Brockville Arts Centers also operate, I believe, I know Brockville is, volunteers operate. And I think that I was talking to a department head this morning over this issue, and I said, what would happen if the city owned that building? And he said, it would cost us hundreds of thousands of dollars to operate it, because it'd be a whole new game. There wouldn't be any volunteers, it'd be city staff and everything else. So anyway, you can be rest assured that there's no talk around this council table of cutting Altsville Hall. It's just as simple as that.
Thank you for that.
Final rounds for comments? Okay. Thank you for your presentation. If you want to coordinate a tour for council, please reach out to my office and we can get that going. Okay. Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Our next registered speaker from the Canadian Forces School of Aerospace Control Operations is Honorary Colonel S. Farag.
Colonel Frag, welcome back to council. Whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of Council. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity today to address you in relation to an initiative I'm seeking assistance with. My name is Suzanne Farag, and I'm the Honorary Colonel for the Canadian Forces School of Aerospace Control Operations, located here in Cornwall. Since my appointment, I have come to fully appreciate the values and sacrifices of the men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces and the families that support them to ensure the security of our country and the freedoms we have. The first Sunday in June has been designated Canadian Armed Forces Day to celebrate Canada's armed services. My hope, with the assistance of a community-led committee and the support of the City of Cornwall, is to host a free community event celebrating this day in our city. On a side note, 2024 marks the Royal Canadian Air Force Centennial. There's a rich military history in this city dating back to the War of 1812. From the Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry Highlanders, a unit with 25 battle honors, and the Canadian Forces School of Aerospace Control Operations operating since 1979 in Cornwall. Cornwall and surrounding areas also has close to 350 youth taking part in the Navy, Army, and Air Cadets program, helping youth gain valuable skills and paving their way to adulthood. An example of a successful Armed Forces Day celebration is in the city of North Bay. For the past 11 years, they have successfully hosted these celebrations, which has grown over time to become the largest Armed Forces Day in Canada. North Bay is a comparable community to Cornwall, and I look to their success as a positive measure of what we can accomplish in our city. I am proposing a community-led committee composed of different stakeholders in our community, including representatives from Akwesasne, local business owners, and the City of Cornwall, to organize this event. This committee will coordinate promotion, advertising, media coverage, and securing sponsorships. Additionally, the committee will address safety concerns and ensure compliance with policies required for hosting an event on city grounds. This would be a free public event serving as an opportunity to honor our military members, expose youth and the community to the Canadian Armed Forces, foster strong relationships, provide support to our local businesses, showcase our community, and invest in our future. As a proud member of this community and the Honorary Colonel of Sifsaco, I'm asking the City of Cornwall to provide free access and use of Lamoureux Park on June 2nd to host this event, as well as the necessary resources for this event to run efficiently and safely. Thank you, Mayor and members of Council, for making time for me this afternoon. Subject to any questions you may have. See,
Good timing.
I got the time right on time.
Military precision, yeah. Councillor Hollingsworth.
Yes, have you made a formal request to the Grants Committee?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have not. I wasn't sure if this event would have been approved by City Council, and so I have not submitted an application for funding.
Okay, the second question, and I don't know if you would have this number. Actually, I'll leave it because I think this is an administration question. I'll leave it as it is. Thank you, Your Worship. I'll put it on the back.
Further questions or comments? Councillor McDonald.
So, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just given that this is a budget exercise and you didn't ask for money at the Grants Committee, but you're asking now for services in kind, if not money, do you have any figure in mind? And is it strictly services in kind you're asking for, like space and assistance?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. So this would be the first time running this event here, so it was very difficult to gauge what the budget would look like. Having said that, it would be a very low-key event. I would have, if the event is approved in Cornwall, I would have to go through a process to apply for, through the CAF, for access to military assets and equipment. I'm cautiously optimistic to use Councillor Good's terminology, but a lot of it would be a display of static assets. That is something I'm hopeful I can get a hold of. But really, the ask is the use of the land of the Lamoureux Park and access to the park, and services in kind for the day to ensure that the event runs safely. the organization of the day would really be the responsibility of the committee, the community-led committee comprised of members of the city, local businesses, and that's how, if we can canvass those sponsorships to run the event as we now have, if it's approved, we can determine what a budget that's realistic would be, and it would be our responsibility to canvass those sponsorships. But really, the ask today is strictly limited to services in kind, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Good?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. It sounds exciting. Do you know, have you approached anyone to see if the space is already booked for something? I know that books up very, very quickly, so just, do you know if it's available?
So when I looked online, I didn't see any public events organized on that day.
Okay.
At Lamoureux Park. So I don't know the answer to that question, but based on what I've seen online, I don't believe the use of the park is used that day.
Okay. Obviously, whatever decision we make will be contingent on whether or not somebody already has it booked,
Yes.
but it definitely sounds interesting, and in-kind is easier to provide than
Well,
financial support. So,
And that, thank you, Councillor Good. The difficulty is that this would be our first year running it. I've reached out to my colleagues in North Bay and my fellow honorary colonels. The event is very successful. They work after 12 years. They're in their 12th year. They have loyal sponsorships. They've applied for the grant every year, and they've obtained a certain amount from the city to go towards running the event. But it's grown to the extent that they work closely with the school board, and the school board is able to facilitate up to the stats that I have, 3,500 students attended last year from North Bay and the surrounding area. And it was a very successful event. So it's been very successful for the last 8 or 10 years. It started with a number of 500 members of the community coming out, and they've grown. They have a budget. I have access to that information. I'm happy to make that available, but this event would be very low-key. This is our first year, and the hope is to grow the event. But again, not to repeat myself, but the ask is really limited to resources and services in kind.
wonderful. Thank you. Good luck with the organization, and happy to help within capacity.
Thank you. I'll remember that.
Councillor Gardner? Sorry, Councillor Gardner, staff aren't able to answer questions based on our policy.
I don't know if it's working, okay.
Councillor Gardner, based on our current town hall policy, staff are not able to answer questions.
Okay.
I do apologize. You can submit your
that's
question in
okay.
writing to the CFO.
Never mind. Okay.
Maybe I should also mention, if council wants to revise our town hall policy, a motion at a council meeting is always in order. Any further questions or comments? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, if I may be excused. Thank you.
She outranks me.
I would now like to invite Carole Boileau and Claudine Leblanc-Trottier to the microphone. Carole, you can go first. And Claudine, you will be next.
Ms. Willow, welcome back to council. Familiar face. Just ask you to turn on, I don't think your microphone's on. Okay, thank you.
Merci. Good afternoon and bonjour à tout le monde. Monsieur le maire, councillors, other city members, mon nom est Carole Boileau. I'm here to comment on the non-mandatory budgeted services. I'll be commenting as a senior with mobility issues. As you can see, I'm in a wheelchair. I'm also a senior, 66 years of age. If you tell me that the list here of items is not needed to operate the city, I can argue with you that the sports programs are not needed to run the city also. I was here when they mentioned the $50,000 for just a study to do a dog park. That $50,000 could easily we cover some of the items on the list. I do not use the sports programs, and nor have I a dog, but because of the situation I'm in, and I do use many on this list. The Historical Society and the museum are memories, a place of history for us older folks. I visited the museum a few times just to reminisce. Allsville Theater is a great place for me and seniors to get entertained. I have seen concerts, stage shows, presentations, and comedy. You may say the port offers these services, but the washrooms there are not accessible at all at the port. Medical recruitment, I have at least 20 more years to go, I'm hoping, to live, and I'll be needing a new family doctor in the coming years. We need all the help possible to attract health professionals here in Cornwall. Marina 200 is part of the waterfront, which needs to be inviting to tourists who come from the riverside. Events and Canada Day are times for everyone, even seniors and people with accessibility issues, to attend. It is a time for us to socialize. You say sports are good for physical activity in the city, but mental activity is important too. Art is one way to relax and is a good way to get involved in the community. Arts also makes the city more exciting and with sounds and color. Your Arts Council helps with that. Mental exercises for seniors are important to delay or avoid dementia. Encore programs don't just help to exercise the brain, but helps to reminisce, dream, and chat with others. The executive director of the Social Development Council is doing an excellent job in all their projects. It's the only organization to get so many organizations in the community to work together in partnerships, not to double services. Not going back to now going up. I'm also part of the Tenant Association under the umbrella of the SDC. Now going back to the municipal grants program, the Centre Charles Claude runs programming using subsidies. There's the Senior Active Living Centers Act of 2017, which mentions that no payment will be done by the province unless council contributes 20% of the net annual costs. This would strongly affect its programming. Le Centre Charles Mille offers physical, mental, and spiritual activities to its 400-plus members. Seaway Seniors is similar and also has over 400 members. In conclusion, I encourage you to think of our seniors during budget time, since Cornwall has an aging population. Half of the councillors here are legally seniors. Let's keep making it pleasant for seniors, or for francophone d'âge d'or aussi.
Thank you, Carol. Any questions? As a point of order, I was allowing clapping for the beginning. Technically, it is not allowed. I'm not trying to discourage anyone. I appreciate the participation, but our procedural bylaw doesn't really permit for that. I'd ask everyone to consider that moving forward. Are there any questions for Carol? Councillor McIntosh.
Just a comment, as president of the senior caucus, self-appointed, I want to thank you for your advocating for people with disabilities. You live it firsthand. I don't. You can speak about it. It's harder for me to speak about that. Interesting when you talked about the health services. I think there's a family doctor with a large practice who's retired at the end of this year, and it just happens to be my wife's doctor. And I think he's got just over 1,000 patients, so there's going to be 1,000 people on December 31st without a family doctor, joining probably a few thousand more. So we are trying our best. It's a vicious world out there. Every municipality is competing for a limited number of medical school grads, and the hospital has had really some success with ER doctors. I think they have 7 new ones. The problem, I'm told, is that a lot of doctors coming out of medical school would rather work in ERs because they can do their 12-hour shift and make as much money without operating a small business. So that's become a challenge too. But I can assure you, our team that works with this recruiting campaign is really working hard, and it's money well spent.
Further questions? Councillor Gardner, then Councillor Gunjo.
Just a quick comment, Carol. Seems that I see you more often than my family members sometimes, and I appreciate the work you do in this city. Thank you very much for everything you do. That's it.
Councillor Gunjo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Merci beaucoup. I'm going to make it in French. J'aimerais savoir en tant que francophone, comment est-ce que vous vous sentez dans la ville de Cornwall?
Mais moi, je suis native de Cornwall toute ma vie. Et puis, j'ai pas enseigné en français, mais j'ai pris le français langue seconde. J'ai été enseignante. C'était surtout français langue seconde et des mathématiques. Ça, c'était mes sujets au secondaire. Mais la francophonie, dans le temps, il y avait plus de choses pour la francophonie à Cornwall. Maintenant, c'est plus difficile. Il faut vraiment se battre pour avoir les services en français. Il faut vraiment toujours mentionner je suis française, s'il vous plaît, donnez-moi le service en français. Alors, mais c'est vrai que tous les francophones ici à Cornwall, on est bilingue. C'est pas qu'on est francophone, on est bilingue. Alors, oui, on va comprendre l'anglais, mais il y en a plusieurs. On préfère être servi en français. Mais c'est difficile à le faire automatiquement aussi.
Thank you very much. Merci de partager ça. Thank you for sharing this. I think what you are doing, it's a way to build a stronger community. Thank you for what you're doing. Thank you for who you are. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Can I make a comment, Mr. Mayor? Councillor Good, you had mentioned if we're bilingual areas of Ontario, if you just Google distribution of bilingual areas in Ontario, you'll see that SDG is fully considered bilingual.
Councillor Good.
Although I don't believe as a city we are designated bilingual, which relates to the services that we offer. So that was really more my question, was what our pursuit was in regards to that designation, to know what level of service we will be providing.
Yeah, well, through you, Mr. Mayor, the province has designated all of SDG, Prescott Russell, to be fully bilingual. So that would include Cornwall. If you look at the map, it's there. Okay.
Further questions or comments? Ms. Carroll, thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Bonne journée.
Bonne journée.
So, Mr. Mayor, as Claudine comes up to speak, I would like the next one to stand in line, Cornwall Historical Society.
Bienvenue, Madame Sautier. Welcome.
I will be very short. Carol, I think, said everything I wanted to be being said. So, but I am more accounting person or whatever. And I was shocked when I saw all that list of non-core, non-mandatory. So it is a personal opinions. It is as a resident of Cornwall. I look at your budget and of course I don't know all the lists. I don't know, but there are some that meant more to me than others. And I also look at the page 24 of your budget, which give us what it is, 4%. The increase of 4% in my situation is $116.11. So if you reduce that at 3%, that give me a reduction of $29. So, of course, I moved in Cornwall in 1992, and what amazed me since I moved in is how art, culture, and community services are so nice, so good in Cornwall. I'm coming from little Chateauguay. This is where I was living before. And I have to say, you must keep all those services for senior, health, art, culture, and I will sacrifice one pizza for a year to keep those services. So I will not take you 3 minutes. So if you have any questions or comments, I am for what Carol said. She did an amazing job giving the description of what is your non-mandatory services. That's all.
Thank you. Merci. Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to recognize that, Claudine, you not only speak very favorably in support of these city services, you actually are the backbone of some of them, particularly in the arts. Do you care to elaborate on your role in some of the organizations that are operative in town?
Yeah. I want to first talk about the regular resident of Cornwall. You know, for $29, I think it is feasible to keep all what we need. But I am the president of Focus Art Association, and for course, the heart is very much in my heart. And also, I am helping a nice group here called the Set for Heart Collective. I am their treasurer, so that's why you have that scene, that $29 appearing in my speech. So thank you very much to be a Cornwall. I have to tell you a little story. When I came here in Cornwall in 1992, one of your ex-citizen was saying that Cornwall was only beer and peanut, and I don't agree. With all the art, cultures, community service you have, in my opinion, you are wine and cheese. So with that, if you have any other questions or comments, you're welcome.
Councillor Good.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Merci, Claudine. I'm glad that you put it into perspective, because we are looking at our budget and trying to penny pinch and figure out how we can bring it down to something that appears favorable to the outside. But when you think of a percent as really translating to around $30, you realize that the impact of losing this isn't going to, that $30 you're going to gain from losing all of that, it's just simply not worth it. We all chip in a little bit, and that helps give our community a lot. So I thank you for just highlighting that. I think people need to hear it from someone who's not elected. So thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions, comments? Okay. Thank you, Merci.
Thank you.
Thanks, Claudine.
Madam Clerk?
Our next presenter is Brent Winford. Brent is the president, or the senior curator and administrator at Cornwall Community Museum and Archives.
And there's 2 mics there too, Donna.
Yeah. And Donna, am I correct? Donna Cruikshank is the president of the society.
Ms. Cruikshank, Mr. Whitford, welcome to council, or welcome back, and whenever you're ready.
Sorry. Can we have our presentation up on the screen?
No, I'm sorry, we are not showing presdo today.
That was a miscommunication. Whoops. Yeah, that's fine. We do as well, luckily. All right. Do you want to start? The clock is going. Yeah, I'm aware.
Now I'll have to put my glasses on.
The time's already going, Donna.
Good afternoon, Mayor Towndale and councillors. I'm Donna Cruikshank from the SDNG Historical Society, and Brent Whitford, who's a curator at the Cornwall Community Museum. We're here today to talk to you about a pretty important event that will be happening in the city of Cornwall this June. It's a celebration of 240 years of this city. And we're going to today present a little bit about that event and ask for your support and your partnership. In your package, the second slide tells you a little bit about the Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry Historical Society. Our mandate is to safeguard the history of the city and the counties, is to share and promote this history in the community, and also we operate the Cornwall Community Museum. Again, as I said, 240 years ago, a small band of refugees landed on the shores of the St. Lawrence River, and from that small beginning, this city grew, the province grew, and here we are 240 years later, this June 7th to 9th, the SDNG Historical Society will celebrate that event, and we ask the city's support and partnership in that event. Brent will take you through a little bit of the event, give you a flavor of it.
All right, so you'll see in your in our presentation package that the event is made up of several different components, blending the past and the present. We have 10 living history groups coming to Cornwall to rebuild the original encampment of New Johnstown and engage the community in that regard. We have a heritage village, so a large tent set up parallel to Water Street, hosting 25 to 30 local heritage and history organizations for publicity reasons. We will have a main event of the reenactment of the Loyalist Landing and the drawing of the lots, which should be a huge draw, in particular for the descendants of those Loyalists and those who are interested more broadly in the history of Ontario. And we will culminate with concerts on Friday and Saturday nights, featuring French, English, and Mohawk performers. There's a map also included in your package to kind of show the distribution and the true scale of this planned event, which might help you understand some of the benefits also to the city. For one, we believe that this event will emphasize Cornwall's unique historical importance to the founding of Ontario, cultivate a positive image and sense of identity. In other words, be proud to be from Cornwall.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to stop you there, Mr. Whitford. It's
Yeah.
time.
I was hoping we could recuperate those few seconds at the beginning for the technical issues and waiting to sit down.
I have to be fair to everybody. I do regret that, but council does have your presentation before them.
Oh, okay.
And they're free to ask questions.
Appreciate that.
May give you a chance to elaborate.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Are there questions from council? Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I'd like to begin by welcoming Brent to the museum. It's great to have him here as a full-time curator. He assisted us in one of our events at the Art Center before it underwent the kind of construction that meant we had to lock the doors. He came as a visiting archaeologist and gave us a wonderful slideshow of his work. And where was it? Somewhere in Europe. Was it Budapest?
In Bulgaria.
Yeah, and it was most interesting. So I just want to ask, and thank you for having this presentation for the community 2 weeks ago at Schnitzel's. That was really well received. And knowing what we know now, 240 years later, I was so happy that night to hear Stuart Manson say that those first settlers who came, they were assisted by the Mohawks from St. Regis. And it's kind of a ironical thing, but there was this famous picture of the establishing of Cornwall, and there are no Mohawks in the picture. So what I hope you're going to do is, I know in the entertainment, you're certainly going to feature Mohawks, and I hope now that I won't say we're past Truth and Reconciliation, we've hardly begun it, but are you somehow going to address our obligation as the settler class to respond to the invitation on the part of the Prime Minister in 2015 to somehow make up for that history?
We've already met with Abram Grand Chief Benedict, and he's very positive about the event, very much want to be part of it. We've also met with Penny Peters, who is our Akwesasne Travel, the tourism component, and she's going to be part of our planning group. Darren Bonaparte, we've been in communication with him. We see this event as being a partnership between the story that we know and the story that the Akwesasne Mohawk people know. So yes, it will be a true representation of what happened in 1784 when the Loyalists landed. And besides that, we want to tell everyone this was the first place that they landed. Cornwall is the first place that the Loyalists landed. 2 days maybe ahead of Kingston, but
Yes.
we were first.
Excellent.
Thank you.
So I hope that, I'll certainly support your ask. I think you're only asking for $30,000, and it's going to be a most significant weekend for everybody. So, great.
Thank you.
I have Councillor Hollingsworth and Councillor Gardner.
I was just going to point out, this funding is asked specifically for this event, correct? And I noticed that you've requested financing or funding from the counties as well. Positive response from them for the most part?
Yeah, we've met with all of the mayors of the counties. We've met with the SDNG Council. We've asked each of the the counties for funding and SDNG. We've had a very positive, very enthusiastic response. At the meeting that Elaine was mentioning, we had two of the mayors, actually North Dundas and North Stormont of all places, attending because they wanted to know more and wanted to make sure that they're going to be part of it. So yes, we've had a really strong feedback from our partners in the counties.
Okay, and just, I think it's in there, I already know the answer, but why not? 3-day event, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I think that's all, Your Worship. I think what's noteworthy is kind of the event engulfs the kind of 3 founding communities of the city, French, English, and Mohawk. I think that's certainly something to be celebrated. You already know where I stand on it, so I don't need to go at length. I'll yield the floor. Thanks very much for the presentation.
I have Councillor Gardner, then I'll come back to you, Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I looked at this 3-day event. I think tourism would be very interested. Have you gone to tourism MAT funding to find out if they
Yes, I should have mentioned, yes, we've applied to the Cornwall Tourism Development Fund as well as the SDNG Regional Tourism Fund. So yes, we've gone to each one of those. And we've already met with Kevin Lajoie from Cornwall Tourism and Tara Fitzpatrick, I think, from SDNG.
I
So
think you
yes,
pretty
we've
well.
pursued those avenues as well.
Yeah, you pretty well fit into their criteria, so push them a little.
We see it a bit
And
more
we'll
than
help you.
we see it a bit more than tourism, and we see it as a moment to celebrate our own city's history.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Councillor McDonald and Councillor Ngunjo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for giving me a follow-up. Donna, are you inviting people to dress in period costume? We can make it a citywide party.
I like those
Seriously.
ideas.
I,
I like those ideas.
I'd like to point out that coinciding with this event, the United Empire Loyalist Association of Canada's National Conference will also take place here in Cornwall. In fact, this event is part of the draw for that conference coming, and I can almost guarantee you that a lot of them will be in period clothing, so why not other participants,
Well,
should they
why
wish?
not? Yeah, let's do it.
Let's call it Loyalist Days or something similar.
Councillor Ngunjo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Quick question. We spoke about this event.
Correct.
Thank you very much. And I would like to know if you hear about the program Experience Ontario.
Yeah, so he's asking about Experience Ontario, the grant program.
And no, we did look at that grant, and it was a little bit, we wouldn't be able to get it in time, and we wanted to get the funding in place before we would find out from them whether we were accepted or not, so we didn't apply to them.
I think I would like to share with you that I am in contact with the person in charge of this program for our area on the province, and they are very excited. They are waiting for our community to apply to these kind of funds. So the province is waiting for us to apply, and you fully fill all the criteria that they have. So I'll be happy to put you in contact with this lady that I share with the CEO. And they are very open to work with
Great.
our community for this kind of program. They're supporting festival more than 2 or 3 days. So you fully respect the creature. That will be very good, and they have. We can speak about that later.
Can we follow up with you?
Yes, for sure.
Excellent.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Yeah, we'll take any support that we can get for sure. We think this is a worthy cause. Thank you.
Further comments from council? Councillor McIntosh?
Yeah. My daughter thinks I shop at Upper Canada Village. The municipal combination tax, I understand these folks were always looking for something to hang their hat on. I see Karen Racine sitting behind you, who's involved with this. Have you, I can't ask department heads, but it sounds like this is something that would be ideal for that group to fund.
Is he talking about the TDF? Tourism Development Fund? Is that, sorry, it sounds like the Tourism Development Fund? Yeah, we have submitted an application to the Tourism and Development Fund for sure. yeah.
I can't see them turn you down. I'm going to put Karen on the spot here.
There's glass, is there glass on this table?
Yeah, this is something really good. It's making use of that park in the summer, and it's a feel-good thing, you know. And anyway, it sounds exciting. It takes a lot to excite me.
That's good. We appreciate your support. Thank you.
Any further questions or comments? Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Our next registered presenters are Danielle Humel and David Stevenson. Monsieur Daniel Humel represents Ontario Senior Games Association 55 plus Regional Games, which is taking place on August 15th. So Mr. Humel, you will be first. Oh.
Mr. Humel, welcome to council.
Thank you.
And whenever you're ready.
Thanks. My name is Dan Humel. I'm the president of District 8 of the Ontario.
Sorry, please continue.
Okay, sorry, thanks. I'm the president of District 8 of the Ontario Senior Games Association 55 plus. We've been asked to host the regional games in Cornwall. The last time we hosted them was in 2013, where we had 500 participants from 4 districts participate in the games. We hope to hold it on the 15th of August, and I'm looking for in-kind services at the Benson Center so that people don't have to get shuttled around for events. So at the Benson Center, we'd be able to hold euchre, bid euchre, and cribbage, carpet bowling, bocce, washer toss, prediction walking, and the pickleball. So the other events that we'd be holding would be golf at Upper Canada Village, shuffleboard at the Long Sault Arena because the floor's been painted and we hold our district events there. So all I'm looking for is support and hopefully being able to use the Benson Center for one day on a Thursday, midsummer when it's a dead time anyways, at no cost. And that's it. A little bit about, I'm still doing good. District 7's North Lanark, Mississippi Mills, Beckwith Township, West Carleton, March Township. District 9's Lanark, Leeds, Grenville. District 10 is Hastings, Lennox, Addington, Prince Edward. So that's Belleville, Trenton, Bancroft, Pembroke. So it's everybody from Eastern Ontario, and they're going to get a chance to come here. Some of them will stay overnight because of the distance traveled, and they'll spend a full day in Cornwall, and we get to show off what we have to offer here for these people. The waterfront, because they won't be playing all day. The Legion will hold darts, and that's the best I got.
Thank you. Councillor Hubert, then Councillor Hollingsworth, then Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There you go, that's better. You make this really easy to support. You put on a good sales presentation. However, do you know if the 15th of August is available for all
Yes.
this? You do? You've done your homework.
I've done my homework.
Excellent. Okay, perfect. And I hope there's a hold on everything.
He's on vacation, so when he gets back, I was told to talk to him again.
Okay, perfect. Okay, great. Thank you.
Councillor Hollingsworth.
Going to probably ask everybody the same question. Have you applied through the grants committee because it generally does services in kind and stuff like that? Have we sent an application to that
I
committee?
have not, because they've just asked us, so this is my first kick at the can.
Fair enough. The second question is kind of piggybacking on Councillor McDonald's inquiry and previous. Do you have any idea what kind of numbers we're looking at in terms of monetary value? If you
I
had to
don't,
guess.
but I know that in 2013, the last time we held the regional games, we had 500 participants.
I'm sure it's a good cause. No one's
Yeah, no,
debating that.
I
just am curious about the number, that's all.
I expect maybe 50 to 100 room nights.
Okay.
And shopping, because like I said, some of the events are half a day, so they've got to find another half a day to do something before the banquet at night.
Fair enough, thank you.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Dan, how does a person sign up? I mean, I am a senior, I think I qualify.
55 plus.
I want to play cards. Like, do I have to be part of a team
No.
or just show or what?
There will be district qualifications.
Oh.
So there will be a district tournament, if you want to call it that, in all the events, May and June. So end of April through May and June. Posted, Ontario Senior Games has a website, Ontario Senior Games District 8. We have a Facebook page, and all the information on the upcoming events are there. It costs you $15 to belong to the OSGA and $5 to belong to District 8 to offset our cost, which we keep to a minimum. And that registration allows you to play as many events as you want.
That sounds like a bargain. Thank you.
So we do have tennis and stuff like that, but the other districts don't participate in it, so we will not be having the
Yeah.
tennis outfit. The other thing was being at the Benson Center is we don't have to worry about the weather. We're inside.
True.
So if
Yeah.
it rains on the 15th, we're good.
So just a follow-up question, you said the last time you did this in 2013, you had 500 people participating. And so presumably you will at least 500 people this time. And what proportion of those would be from out of town? Like who would be coming to stay in our hotels and eat in our restaurants and that kind of thing?
At least 60 to 70%. Because even us, District 8 is Stormont, Dundas, Glengarry, Prescott, Russell, and Akwesasne. So we have a big area as well.
Excellent. So you're bringing in people with a whole lot of money and you're not asking us for any money in return.
Further questions or comments from council? Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
So while Mr. David Stevenson gets ready to speak, the next one in line will be Diversity Cornwall.
Mr. Mayor, Council.
Mr. Stevenson?
I'm not here asking for anything. I'm just really concerned with the homelessness in Cornwall and the situation we had in our parks last summer, and I just want to know like what kind of plan we have now that another month from now the weather will start getting nice and we might end up with more tent cities in Cornwall.
We do have a project that's the Massey Place project. If I do recall, council will be receiving an updated presentation on that at our next meeting, which is February 8th, I believe. It's a Tuesday. There's a lot of response we can give you. It might take a while to unpack all that. If you want to send correspondence, we can follow up, set up a meeting, have a phone call, whatever might be more convenient so we can discuss it like that, if that's amenable to you.
Yeah, because a lot of people are scared to go to the parks now because, well, you know the situation. Everybody was aware of the situation last summer. I've never thought I'd see that in Cornwall. I've been here all my life. I was embarrassed. It's embarrassing for the community to see that. And that's it. Anybody have any comments on it?
Councillor Good?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, with the risk of opening myself up to whatever's coming at me. I don't think many people choose to live in a tent because they just feel like it. And I also don't think that Cornwall is unique right now, and specifically during and post-pandemic, that many, many municipalities on a variety of scales are seeing this affordability crisis, this housing crisis.
But why? What's the root
Putting
cause, though?
people in a position where they're choosing between shelter and sustenance. And so if there was an easy fix, you better believe we'd be after it. I know that Melissa Morgan and our team with Human Services and Housing Services worked tirelessly to get Parisian Manor open before the cold weather really hit. And while we were faced with the very, very unfortunate death of someone who was living there, we were able to open it up before winter hit. We have another project that we're still waiting on, details and specifics for about Massey Place. So the city is working. We're working to provide more spaces that can accommodate people. And you've seen the budget. We're running on a limited amount of funds and a limited amount of
But some
physical
of the
human
funds
resources.
could be put in better use than some of the programs you're funding.
If you have specific suggestions, it's,
Well,
this is the
obviously,
time,
people
this is
have
the
to
time
speak.
to do it, for sure, during the town hall right now. This is your time to put forward those suggestions, but the question was asked about what we're doing, and so
Yeah, I just want to make sure you have a plan in place. Like, we could end up with another nightmare scenario. Like last year, half the people I talked to wouldn't go to the parks because there was people begging for change, syringes on the ground. Most of the people are, sorry, that's my time. Most of the people need help, not handout. You understand? There's a lot of drug addiction and mental health issues with those communities.
I understand. If you have some suggestions for a solution, go right ahead.
Yeah, I'll correspond. I know a few of the council members personally. Thanks, everybody.
Oh, Councillor Huber had a comment she'd like to
Yeah,
make.
thank you, Mr.
Oh,
Mayor.
sorry.
Just to add, there's a solution, and we'll have a much more comprehensive presentation, I think, at our next council meeting. But what is coming is not just a place for folks to be housed overnight. It is a solution that will support them with everything they need to find themselves in a position to support themselves. They'll be provided with the mental health, the addiction services, the employment services, everything that they need to basically, it's not a handout, it's a hand up, supporting them to get to a better position. And so well, what are we calling it? Massey Place? Massey Place, sorry, I forgot it there for a moment. Massey Place will be that place. It will be that, I guess, sort of safe haven for folks to find their way into a better position. It won't just be a roof over their heads. It'll be beyond that. And if you're interested in learning more, I say come back to the next council meeting.
Okay. That's it. Thank you, everybody.
Councillor Hollingsworth had a few remarks.
Well, my colleague's kind of leaving the mic. I'll let him do what he... That'll be quick. I was just going to say, give me a call, Dave, when you get a chance. We'll talk. All right?
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Next up is Diversity Cornwall, and here to present is Liz Kenville. And following Ms. Kenville will be Eastern Ontario Agri-Food Network.
Welcome to council.
Thank you. Is this on?
I think you just need to, press the button. The one with the little banum.
There we go.
Yep.
Thank you. My name's Elizabeth Kenville. I appreciate the time that you've taken to hear us out tonight. I'm on the board of directors for Diversity Cornwall. Diversity Cornwall, for those who don't know, is a charitable organization that started in 2016. We've been operating in Cornwall ever since. We began in 2016 as a pride organization. We have since expanded our programs and services to offer year-round support for 2S LGBTQ residents of Cornwall, Akwesasne, and SDNG. And we've done that with the support from our community. So we started as a pride organization, and we have grown beyond a pride organization because our community requested those services. So all of the programs that we have since introduced have been introduced at the request of our community and with the support of our community. We are here today to ask for support from council in the amount of $30,000. This represents approximately 25% of our annual operating budget. And we're seeking this support to continue to host year-round events and at our new office space. So prior to 2023, we did not have our own space. Last year, with the support of our community, we were able to open up a new downtown location at 167 Pitt. And as a result of that, we've seen a significant increase in the number of people that we're able to serve, as well as the frequency of our events and the attendance at our events. So we see a really strong value in what we're offering. We're the only organization in Cornwall or SDNG with the sole mandate of serving the 2S LGBTQ community, and we know that there is a need. So in 2019, with the support of the United Way, we introduced a gender affirming program. We have served over 100 unique individuals in Cornwall, Akwesasne, and SDNG through that program. We have seen thousands of people attend our annual Pride Parade and Festival, and since opening our new office downtown Cornwall, we have been able to significantly increase the number of people we serve and the number of our events. So in 2023, we hosted approximately 20 events throughout the year, and we have 12 events planned in February. So just for the month of February, we have many more events planned. But I think most significant are the other services that we offer. So we offer a 2S LGBTQ education program. We've delivered it to over 20 organizations locally, including the City of Cornwall. And we think that that's really significant because it helps to increase education, awareness, and acceptance of 2S LGBTQ individuals in our community. And it's the only program that we're aware of that focuses on sort of the rural nature of our community and how that impacts 2S LGBTQ community members. We also offer peer support, a gender affirming program, and then year-round events and activities to improve mental health and well-being for our community. But we are at risk of not being able to continue to offer that at our new space because we need support to continue to pay the bills. That's the long and short of it.
Good timing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions, comments? Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, welcome. So, I gather then you're not looking for one-time funding, you're looking for sustainable funding.
That would be nice, but honestly, we would be very grateful for one-time funding. We do hope, so we achieved charitable status in 2023. We received news of that just in November. And so we are hoping that with charitable status, we'll be able to apply for more grants that will help us to cover some of those operating costs, but we haven't had success with that yet.
Right, and not just, you can't just apply for grants. You can ask anybody you want to make a donation and they'll get a tax receipt, right?
Absolutely.
So, I mean, that's a wonderful opportunity for you. Yes. So I just want to say thank you for taking over that space, and I love the rainbows in the window. And I think it's just such a wonderful neighbor for the future arts center. Like you're 2 doors away, you know, and it's just all part of the creative community. And welcome, welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, we're really, really excited about this space downtown because we think it really increases visibility of our community in Cornwall and puts Cornwall on the map as an inclusive place to live.
Certainly does, yeah. Looks good on us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor McIntosh and Councillor Good.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I'm just wondering what the difference between a sponsor and a funder is.
That's a great question. So our sponsors are folks who sponsored a specific event, mainly Pride. So we have many, many sponsors that are community businesses that sponsor our annual Pride Parade or festival, but other donations are accepted outside of that, and funders are generally funding a specific program. So United Way of SDNG funds our gender affirming program, or they have in the past, but our sponsors specifically donate funds to go towards an event or an activity in the community.
Just want to make a comment that things greatly improved when a certain pastor left town.
Yes, I would agree.
Councillor Good.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Ware. I'm not aware of any of that, but I'm interested. Congratulations on achieving charitable status. That's a really big deal, and I hope that it does open up many doors for you. Big supporter and so happy for the service that you bring to our community, especially given that there isn't, I don't think, a lot of awareness in our community about the issues that face 2S LGBTQ folks. And so I'm very happy that you're able to expand the services that you're providing. And I echo Councillor McIntosh's statements. I feel like it absolutely enhances our downtown and does make it feel safe and inclusive. And Pride is, you know, honestly should be one of our cornerstone events because it is so hugely successful. And I just want to commend you on the work that you're doing in reaching some of the other nonprofits to provide a local training perspective. You can go to a big city and hear what it's like, but hearing it from the people who live in our community has such a different impact. So I just want to give a big kudos for that. This is an organization that I'm happy to support over and over again. And we are always, again, trying to cut and trim things down, but I think if we can help bridge you into this year and that charitable status will open up some new avenues for funding, I would really happy to see that happen. So
Thank you.
thank you.
Councillor Gardner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess the only way I can say this is I've had some family members, close family members and friends, had you been here 30 years ago, would have had the support that they needed. I actually was at a point where one of them called me at 30 years old and said, "Dad, I'm coming out." And I said, "So what?" He said, "What do you mean?" I said, "So nothing's changed. I still love you. You're still my son." So I'm glad you're here to support people who need the support. And thank you very much for that.
Thank you. If I could share a comment in response to that. That was why I joined the Board of Directors for Diversity Cornwall. I grew up in Cornwall and I didn't see representation of people who looked like me or felt like me. And so I didn't have an example or anyone saying, this is okay, or a sense of community. But since opening our new office, we have had many folks come in and say, when I come here, it feels like home. Or if only something like this existed for me. Or if there had been an organization like yours, my child may not have taken their own life. And so I think we are providing an invaluable service in the city that other organizations aren't offering. So I think it's really important to our residents that they have a safe place to go and that they know that they're accepted in our community.
It actually hurt me when he told me that he thought that I would reject him. And I never did. I never went close to that. So again, I thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Ngunjo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for what you're doing for the community. Speaking about funding, did you apply to Patrimoine Canada?
We have. So we're not successful in our application, but we do intend to reapply. So we applied for funding last year, and we did not receive the funding. But as I said, we've just recently received charitable status, so we have previously relied on organizations in the community that were willing to act as our banker for some grants, but others don't allow that type of agreement.
Okay, I'm doing my job too. So please, can you share me the reference of your application?
Absolutely.
I'm in contact with the minister there, and I would like to write a letter to support you for what
Thank
you're
you.
doing.
Yes, we'll absolutely follow up.
Thank you.
Further questions or comments? Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Our next presenter is Mr. Louis Bélin, Executive Director of Eastern Ontario Agri-Food Network. And following Mr. Bélin will be Encore Seniors, Mr. Duncan.
Monsieur Bélin, bienvenue au Conseil encore.
C'est the right button. Monsieur le maire, merci. Chers conseillers, conseillères, merci beaucoup. I want to start by thanking the council and the city of Cornwall for funding the previous years. What we've achieved, I think, is quite remarkable. You've heard my presentation previously. You have the deck in front of you as well. And unfortunately, I'm here asking for more money. I acknowledge the difficult decisions in front of you, especially with diminishing municipal budgets. Very familiar with that. But I do want to highlight the importance of what we do a little bit. The agri-food sector across Canada in 2021 represented $134 billion of the GDP. And in 2022, it was up to $144 billion. Most of that money and that support, mostly that support goes to large-scale producers. We're looking at 1,000-acre plus farms, large tourism attractions. This does count the service industry, hospitality and service industry. It does represent 1 in 9 employees across Canada as well. So we're looking at fairly significant numbers. What we do is we support those smaller producers that don't fall into the scope of federal or provincial support. The small family-run farms, the small restaurants, family-run restaurants. We offer them marketing support, we offer them capacity building, training, and we act as a larger platform and a champion for those smaller producers. Our organization is easy to look over in the large scope of a budget review, especially for a municipality. But I do want to highlight the impact of those dollars spent locally. Our producers just down the road provide fresh produce, fresh food to small local restaurants here in the city, consumed by the community here. Every dollar spent locally there goes and supports so many families across the community. So that's a big part of what we do. The other big mandate that we have is in terms of that community identity. Eastern Ontario is agri-food. We have one of the most diverse food offerings in the country. We produce extremely delicious mushrooms, garlic, and we should be known for that. So that's the other part of our mandate, is to provide that support. We are looking for $35,000 for 2024. It is a third of our operating budget, which is matched by Prescott Russell counties and SDG counties. So on that, that's my time. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Okay. Councilor McDonald.
Thank you. Once again, perfect timing. So welcome back. I recall your presentation previously. And I think maybe one of the handicaps you have coming to speak to us, we're an urban municipality, is that basically food production is considered to be rural and we're urban. But I want to tell you, we like to eat and we appreciate good food. And I think the Kinsman Market, for example, was just so absolutely successful for the few summers that it's run. So I guess if you can break it down for me in terms of specifics, can you tell me some of the markets and some of the restaurants and some of the, Cornwall specific spots that are participants with you in this agri-food network?
Yes, absolutely. In terms of markets, we were a partner with the Garlic Festival, the annual Garlic Festival, and we do try very, very hard to get into restaurants. Restaurants are busy, as everyone knows. Restaurant staff are very, very busy. I did mention previously one of our most recent members is Happy Popcorn Company, and they're really the ideal member, I have to say, because they go and they capture everyone's attention and they put that focus on food and a good quality product and that experience of that culinary experience. And I have said it previously, I think, and I honestly believe that Cornwall is a food city now. I think that there's the quality and the capacity to be on the map internationally in terms of food in Cornwall. And that's what we're trying to do with our brand as well. We're trying to spread that message, and Cornwall is the gateway to consumers through those plates.
Okay. Did you know that we've got a famous pizza crust that's specific to Cornwall?
I eat it regularly.
Oh, okay.
Maybe too regularly.
Thank you.
Further questions, comments? Councilor Gunjo.
Thank you for your presentation. Just wanted to correct you. Cornwall is a place for very good food. Not only for food, but very good food now.
I stand corrected. That is very true.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Good.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your presentation, Louis. It has been a pleasure to serve on the board of directors for almost a year now. I can see firsthand the hard work that goes into this organization, and And I hope that you can speak a little bit more to the impact that this has on our city. Naturally, being an urban municipality, small urban, we don't have necessarily the same kind of agriculture base as our county neighbors. But what do you see as being the biggest benefit to our municipality here in Cornwall?
The biggest is hard to define. So many. I really have trouble. It's easy to kind of jump to that conclusion that agriculture is outside the city, and there's none happening here. But for one, there's quite a few companies in Cornwall that do indoor agriculture, and they're very, very successful at it. They're also members. I speak about it in the deck that I submitted for this. That rural urban interconnectedness is those roots run deep, and they're really hard to quantify. But I know of 6 restaurants offhand that even if they're not active members, I know that they get their products just down the road in SDG, and I know that it's the community here in Cornwall that consumes it. So like I said, I'm repeating myself, but I think that's where we're at. I think Cornwall is that gateway that can put all those producers that are just down the street, can put those producers on the map.
Well, I agree with you, and I think that there's a lot of unlocked potential here, that there's the capacity to create those connections between some of the producers and the actual, not producers, the people who sell your food, the vendors and the restaurateurs and those different sectors, the markets and even the butchers and all that kind of stuff. So I hope that your organization can continue to support our municipality in being able to have access to and connection to the food in our surrounding municipality. So thank you, and I'll do my best.
Thank you.
Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I'm trying to find it. How much money are you looking for?
$35,000.
You want it for 3 years?
It's an ask for 1 year. I would be extremely grateful if it was for 3. We are continuing to rely on support from the 3 municipalities. I will add, though, that this year, every single grant application and project we are implementing includes a revenue generating piece. So we are trying very, very hard to move away from that. And we are also revamping our membership system to generate a little bit more revenue internally.
Have you asked the counties for some money as well?
Yes, both other presentations are done and approved.
And how much money?
$35,000.
From the other 2?
It's a full equal third share.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship.
Further questions, comments? Councillor McIntosh?
Yeah, surprised to hear counties is actually matching us. Seems to be a trend that we put the bigger parcel of money in than they do. You mentioned about restaurants. I think you said you're trouble breaking into that market. Could part of the problem be, not a problem, but it's a fact of life, supply? Like local producers are, a lot of restaurants in Cornwall. Could they supply, if the restaurant said, okay, we'll depend upon your organization to supply us with tomatoes, could you do it?
So I think that Cornwall's in a very unique position where the restaurants are high enough volume, but not too high. Mm-hmm. And I think there's quite a few restaurants here in Cornwall that already do purchase locally, mm-hmm. and they can adjust their menus accordingly. So I think Cornwall has very, very high caliber chefs that I think can work with the system.
Yeah. The other thing too is, what about local grocery stores?
Yes.
I think we've got an expert around this table.
Yes.
Is that a market too that needs
Yes.
to be tapped? Or?
Yes, absolutely. We did have this conversation last time I was here, but absolutely. So a lot of grocery stores will require a bit more higher volume, but more and more our membership is increasing that production. So we do have a significant list of members now that can and do supply grocery store level volumes. So absolutely.
It's just I'm a amateur gardener, and there's nothing better than going out, snapping a ripe tomato off and making a tomato sandwich with lots of mayo. I also plant garlic, and for the longest time I could only get garlic from China, and from certain stores in town. But since then I've discovered that I can find homebrew garlic, and
Here of all places, we have incredible garlic and lots of it.
Mm-hmm. Good. Okay.
Further questions, comments? Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Madam Clerk.
I'd like to call up Duncan McPhee, who represents Encore Seniors, and we've had a few cancellations, so the next speaker will be Monsieur Jean Lecomte.
Mr. McPhee, welcome back to council. You can start whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a brick that I'll leave with the clerk after. So last year, the city approved $30,000 for Encore education for the year 2024. This funding was provided to give Encore the time to execute its business plan to achieve financial stability. Encore's courses aimed at seniors, the community, include such things as fraud awareness, fall prevention, senior living options, healthy aging. For the past 29 years, these courses have helped seniors maintain their health longer, making them independent longer. This means shorter amounts of time when they need social services, services that cost money, some of which are paid for by the taxpayers. So why is Encore in financial trouble? Support by St. Lawrence College was canceled, rapidly rising classroom space costs, and direct loss of revenues because of COVID. So Encore has implemented a business plan aimed at bringing the center to financial stability. Number one, we have found an affordable classroom accommodation and have signed a 2-year commitment with them. Number two, we have identified a professional grant writing service with a very positive track record with whom we will contract and start the work of obtaining long-term funding. This will start in April. Number three, we'll be bringing on a community outreach coordinator to bring on more members and hence revenues, as well as additional course instructors, board members, etc. This work will also start in April this year. Administration is our largest expense. 3 weeks ago, we had a consultation with the Seniors Education Center in British Columbia, who do all of their administration using volunteer help only. We are also setting up meetings with 3 other centers who use only volunteers to get the admin work done. A reduction in our admin costs will go a long way toward making Encore financially independent. So, paying for this work. The funding for the initiatives will be covered by the 2024 city grant of $30,000 and also Trillium funding. We have made an application to Trillium. It has passed the initial acceptance test and is now under review. MPP Nolan Quinn is very supportive of us in this request. This work will commence in April this year and be completed by April 25, all of that. The notice to council providing the listing of non-core activities that could be considered in cost saving included the advisory that the removal of some services may be financially limited in 2024 due to agreements and commitments in place. Encore respectively refers to the City Cornwall bylaw 27-3. Basically, it says that a motion to reconsider a decided matter.
I'm sorry, Mr. McPhee, in fairness, I'm going to have to stop you there.
Yes?
Your time has expired, so I just need to stop you there. I'll open the floor to questions from council. Councillor Hollingsworth.
One question, how much for me to take a course?
It depends, $20 or $10, depending on the course.
$10 for a course?
For some courses, yes.
And $20 for others?
Yes.
Okay.
Further questions? Councillor McDonald?
Thank you. So Duncan, I'm curious to know if you've consulted with some of the other senior organizations in town. I think of the Senior Friendly Committee that the City of Cornwall has, and hopefully you've had some encouragement and support there.
Yes, we were a member of the Seniors Committee, and it's very helpful in the sense of support. The big thing, of course, is always the financial side, and the main thing for us is getting the revenues and also controlling our admin costs are the two big things.
So now tell me, when the buzzer rang, you were about to tell us something with regard to our commitment made to you in a bylaw last year. What were you going to suggest there?
It's just simply that, we're very happy to get the approval for the 30,000. We do understand that to change that, it has to come up again at council apparently, and that motion has to be made by a councillor who supported the motion before.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't know that, but I won't be making the motion to cut the funding, I can tell you. And I certainly wish you all the best. We value education in this city, and we recognize that we have some limitations as a city with our graduation rates and our educational levels. And the last thing I think we should ever contemplate doing is disabling any organization that promotes education in the city. So you got my support, and I think many others as well. Thank you.
Further questions or comments from council? Councillor McIntosh?
Yeah, the Dean mentioned asking about the fees. And I think you said $10 and $20. Would you ever consider raising the fees? I heard Councillor McDonald earlier say seniors had a lot of money.
Some don't. Through the mayor, yes, we did try that at one point several years ago before I came on the board, and what happened was that the participation rate fell off. So there seems to be a sweet spot.
Really? Okay. I belong to a senior men's curling, and we pay $450 a year. And I haven't seen any resistance over at the curling club. Anyway, that's another story. They're a different crowd.
2 hours. $20 for 2 hours.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, we don't allow comments from the floor.
You had a professional, just out of curiosity, my own personal interest, professional grant writer?
Yes,
that's
people
correct. Exist?
Yeah. There are people in the business,
really? And
that's what they do. So we managed to find one that's got a very good track record.
Yeah.
So we're going to engage that company.
Okay, it's a new field. You invite people from the counties, to join your group?
Oh, yes, but indeed.
Okay.
Matter of fact, 69% from the city, 31% from the counties.
Yeah. Counties ever offered any money?
We haven't asked, actually, that I know of.
Yeah. Might be a good idea next year to say, hey, guys, pretty good numbers. Yeah. Anyway, okay. I've spoken to your group. It's a nice group, good group.
Welcome back.
When they run out of speakers, they call me. Anyway, have a good one.
Councillor Good.
Thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. I really hope that when I do become a senior, I can access education for $10 to $20, but it's not looking good right now, I'll say that. Can I ask you, I know whenever you came to us, you were looking for office classroom space and it was kind of uncertain. You mentioned you had secured some at a good rate. Can I ask about the details? Where have you secured it? What kind of a percentage of your budget is that?
Yeah, we're over at Knox St. Paul Church.
Okay.
In the basement there. And basically, it's probably around, depending on the year and the revenues, but 25% probably of the budget.
Of the 30,000?
No, of our total operating budget, which up around $75,000, $80,000. Commercial rents in the city can be as high as $35,000 a year, what we need. Very, very high.
And I'm just curious, for your professional grant writing, so that's just a contracted out, that's not an employee?
No.
Your administrative costs, is that the rest of kind of the 75%? Like, are we talking like $60,000 for administrative fees? Or?
In the neighborhood of 40,000. Right now, we've cut back a bit, trying to save some money on that. So basically, it's around 40,000, and then about maybe for the rental portion, and then we have besides that, insurance, telephone, and all that kind of thing.
Okay. And you have had conversations with other groups who are doing this on a volunteer basis, and is that the model that you're looking at moving towards?
What we're looking at, the one we talked to was on the Sunshine Coast in BC, and they run theirs with completely volunteer help. And so we're going to be talking to 3 others, and we're going to see how they're doing it and what applies to our situation here, so that we can either do it partially volunteers or maybe all of it. We have to see.
Okay. The administration fee for the $40,000, is that a full-time or part-time person? or
Part-time.
Just one person?
2 people part-time.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Further questions, comments? Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Madam Clerk?
Our next registered speaker is Monsieur Jean Lecomte, who will be followed by Jesse Good.
Bienvenue au Conseil, Monsieur Lecomte.
I beg your pardon?
Bienvenue au Conseil.
Merci beaucoup. Merci. Oh, I'm sorry. By the way, Mr. Mayor, would you allow me to make a comment that has nothing to do with this, with what I'm doing?
It's your time.
Okay. I was sitting there with a lot of people, and beautiful people coming here, and we have their backs to us, and they were trying to, to push whatever cause they had. It would have been nice to have the mic over there, talking to all the council, and they could see our reaction, and I don't know. It's maybe it has no weight, and it doesn't, because this is a council of the city. Okay, so my presentation, I got a thought here that given by a very, very smart man. If you want to move forward, you must confront the past. And this is Winston Churchill. He said, the more you look into the past, the more you will see into the future. And of course, he said, if you look in the past, well, you'll see the future coming up in a better light. And I have to say this in French here. Merci aux Britanniques qui nous ont donné le plus gros lot. Une clé passe-partout. You know what that key is? Le bilinguisme canadien. And I'll tell you in English. Thanks to the British, we have inherited the jackpot, the master key to the world. What is the master key to the world? I just told you.
Bilingualism.
Oh, not bilingualism. Canadian bilingualism. Did you know that French and English are the only 2 languages that are not spoken by everybody in the world, but taught in every country of the world? So if you know those 2 languages, you've got the master key to all the world. You can go anywhere, and there'll be somebody to talk to you. And in general, the people who are bilingual, the people who send their kid to French schools, are the top ladder of the social ladder. So, and, okay. So this is pretty well my presentation. Is very short, but the thing is, what I'm asking tonight is to have a committee established at the town for all the shortcomings of the services in French. Because not everybody speaks French, of course, which is all right. I mean, but you're all bilingual, and there's nobody here that has. Who did not study French and English?
Merci, Monsieur Lecomte. C'est le temps.
Oh,
Time has
c'est le
expired.
temps?
Oui, c'est le temps. But I will open it up to questions from council.
Okay, okay.
Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Jean, this committee that you're calling for, do you anticipate it would be like a committee who would field complaints or?
Well, yes, to sort of come to rescue, shortcomings in the service in French.
So you'd be not exactly necessarily hearing complaints, but you'd find out about incidents where people were not able to access services in their own language, in French.
Right, or if it wasn't, yes. And you see, the thing is, I give bursaries to all the high schools in the area of Cornwall and the surrounding area. And so we push bilingualism, and all the students in that area, in our area, they both learn French and English. We teach French and English in all our schools. So we're all bilingual, right? So, but the thing is, sometimes the service in French is not quite up to snuff. So I think rather than have fights, I'm married to an English girl that was an English teacher, and I taught in French schools. I was a French teacher. But for some reason, I learned English well in school. I guess I was able to speak it. And I remember my grandfather, I'm supposed to be part Irish, by the way. My grandfather was Irish, so which makes my mother half Irish, and I'm a quarter Irish. But nevertheless, I think the thing is we should have something where we don't have to complain. The service is there. You go and see this person, they fix it up. And then there wouldn't be any arguments. And what else did I have to say? And by the way, I was a court translator for about, I don't know if you saw my hat. I have a badge there anyways. I was a translator for about 7 years at the courts of Ontario. And of course, the services are all in French. And did you know, I shouldn't say this. I'll be shot for it, I'll be stopped anyways. Did you know that right now the police don't have to be bilingual to be hired in Cornwall? And the law of Ontario says you have to serve in French. And I was in the courts for 7 to 8 years, and I remember very often if the customer was served in English, and the judge, of course, we lost, what's his name, the judge that we have? Judge Renaud, yeah. And every time he would ask, did you serve the customer in French? And you know what happened? Case dismissed. So if you want to save yourself from a fine and speeding, speak French. But the officer's supposed to call one of his buddies every time he can't speak French. But the thing is, the buddy doesn't like to be disturbed sometimes. So the officer would give you a ticket. I said, take it, bring it to court, and the judge will ask you. Will ask the officer, did you speak to him in French? And every time you say that, you don't pay a fine.
Councillor MacDonald?
So, Jean, a follow-up question. You mentioned you'd like to see a committee established. It sounds to me like an ombudsman, like a single person who would be the focal reference for
You could make
something.
it that, or, it could be that, yes, it could be.
Okay.
Somebody that, if anybody says, look, sometimes they can't speak English, that can happen too. We
Sure.
get people from Quebec that come and
Sure,
live over
yeah.
here. And, but the thing is, don't forget, Canadian bilingualism is the master key to the world. You can go anywhere in the world, and it's been taught there. Hey, don't that's nothing to spit at. And of course, we have in our courts of Ontario justice, justice in Ontario. I got it here. Maybe I should give you all. That was what I should start with. Give you my little pamphlet. And don't forget,
I'm going to recognize Councillor Ngunjo for his question.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I totally agree. I totally share your point of view. Regarding bilingualism, je partage totalement votre avis en ce qui concerne le bilinguisme. C'est une arme, un atout majeur pour ouvrir et visiter toutes les portes du monde. So it's something very powerful to visit the whole world. I totally agree with that, and I share it with you. At the same time, I would like to share with you that actually our administration is trying to implement French services too. So it's not connected, but it's a step regarding our community. So the city is moving to offer more French services to our residents. And I think it's something where we had une faiblesse, we were weak on this point. But knowing that we're going to offer more French services is going to be very good for our residents, for the city of Cornwall, to help and to support this bilingualism that we're talking about. So I totally agree with you, and just to share with you that the city is going forward to get to this.
Well, I've been
bilingualism.
living here for 22 years. I've retired, and I'm old enough to have enough years to retire. And 22 years, so I know the city. I even taught in the city. I taught in Inuvik, and I was department head of English in Quebec. And but the thing is, if you don't have somebody to notice that there are defections in the way we serve, you gotta name a committee, form a committee, or name a person, or have a position where somebody's looking after it. If nobody looks after it, we can talk about it, but and it's not that bad, It's not that bad. I mean, but and the Anglophones, I mean, we get along with the Francophones, and I mean, I'm a little bit Irish, but I mean, the two languages there, and like I say, 40% of the words are identical. I should have brought my test. But anyways, but it is demanding if you're not, let's say if you don't know French too well and you have to work with people, well, it causes problems the odd time. But in general, I mean, most of us, we all get along. I mean, I don't see. So, I don't know. I would recommend a little committee of 2 or 3, to see are the Francophones served equally. Sometimes I don't think they are. I was stopped by the policeman for speeding. I know how the ticket works. Not only for that, but I was a translator. I mean, I was an official translator for the. And did you know what I found? I don't know. I got something here that Jim McDonnell. Does it mean anything to you? Who was Jim McDonnell? An MPP. And you know what he wrote? He wrote this. I didn't invent this. Just before he retired. McDonnell speaks on SDG Education Report. You can't be a leader in this country if you can't speak French. I never thought he'd say that. It's important, so let's get on board. That means getting serious. That means providing the education, and we can do that. I would have added that means providing education and service, for the organization that we have here.
Councillor Gunjo, did you have any follow-up questions? Sorry, Monsieur Lecomte, did you have any follow-up questions?
I'm good, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much.
I'm going to recognize Councillor Good.
Thank you. Thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm glad that you brought up the point of the importance of Francophone services, and clearly it's something that came out of our strategic plan, and it's something that's in discussions around the city. Now, I'm not sure if we can somehow incorporate it as either a subcommittee, just because, when you get so many committees, it becomes a little bit overwhelming. Perhaps it could be a subcommittee of either the Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion internal committee that the city has, or of the Accessibility Committee of Council that the city currently has. And perhaps, perhaps it warrants its own committee of council, which I would assume would be a French language services committee. And, you know, there's lots of things that can be reviewed, including the active offer, and which is basically what you're saying, that if you're fully allowed to be an Anglophone person, and we're in a human resource crisis in many jobs, so you don't want to not hire someone, but it's about matching services with people that have the language skills that are appropriate. So I think you bring up a very important point, and we understand we have on a une fierté francophone ici en Cornwall. Fait que
Oui.
c'est important de leur servir. And so I'm glad you're bringing this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd just like I'd just like to add, Monsieur Lecomte, we're also working on a report for our next meeting of council, which is Tuesday, February 8th. There's going to be a report on French
Yes.
services provided by the city. So I'd encourage you to attend the meeting or watch from home as well, and then follow up with questions following that report. And my understanding is this will live under the clerk's office moving forward.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for listening. You all were very attentive. Now you got to be active. Bonsoir tout le monde.
Bonsoir, merci.
Je vous souhaite une bonne soirée.
Madame Clerk?
Our next speaker is Jesse Good, and following Jesse will be Kevin Coleman.
Councilor Hebert, you're the acting mayor. Can I ask you to take the seat for a minute? I need a little break. Sorry, Mr. Good, I'll be right back.
Do you have the agenda? I don't, or I can bring my tab. Sorry. I'll just grab my tab. Or do you have one?
It's just going to be 2
Yeah,
minutes.
so it's just
Okay. Mr. Good, the floor is yours.
Merci beaucoup. Je dois me présenter en français après tout ça. Je m'appelle Jesse Good. Ma sœur est conseillère Good. Je suis le président du comité du environnement et changement climatique du Cornwall, de la ville de Cornwall. Mais ce soir, toutes les paroles que je donne, c'est mon opinion. C'est tout à moi. Tonight I'll be speaking to you about three things: the climate lens, tree planting, and solar power. In 2021, the City of Cornwall's Council of the Day declared a climate emergency and committed to reduce the city's greenhouse gas emissions to net zero by 2050. That declaration has led to more climate action in the last 2 years than the city had accomplished in the previous 25. Earlier this year, when you set your own strategic priorities as a council, net zero by 2050 was one of your 4 priorities, and that is exactly the sort of leadership I hope that you can sustain. Yet, your current budget seems to overlook the urgency of the climate emergency and your ambitious priorities. While it embraces part of your climate action plan and requests funding to study climate adaptation, it lacks a comprehensive climate lens and investments that will lead to rapid and sustained emission reductions. A climate lens is a crucial tool that you asked for in 2021 when you declared a climate emergency. It is a tool that is required for holistic and future-focused decision-making. A climate lens for city budgets would require that the operational and capital budgets clearly explain whether an item in the budget is relevant to the city's emission reduction or adaptation plans, and if so, whether the item in the budget would advance or slow down those plans. It does not need to be complicated. A simple paragraph in the commentary section that you already have for each budget item for relevant items would suffice. It doesn't need to be everything, just relevant ones. So in light of this, I urge the council to embed the climate lens deeply and irrevocably into your budgeting process by requiring that the budget for the next fiscal year for 2025 include mechanisms like the ones that I have described. My second concern is that there's a critical contradiction facing our city. While the city is funding tree planting, we're also allowing rampant deforestation for housing developments that councils past and present have approved. This hypocrisy undermines our environmental efforts. About 8% of the future emission reductions that Cornwall and this council have approved, you're counting on those coming from things like tree planting and renaturalization of used spaces. If we cut down more trees than we plant, we're only making the job of reducing emissions more difficult. When mature forests in the city are clear-cut for subdivisions, it's not just access to trees and nature that we lose, but entire ecosystems. And we must also recognize that the problem of access to nature in Cornwall is both racialized and gendered dimensions. These need to be considered. I believe urgent policy reform is needed to preserve our green spaces in Cornwall and to align our actions with our climate commitments. Finally, I need to point out that despite the City of Cornwall wanting to put solar panels on its buildings, like the new affordable housing building on 9th and McConnell or the fire station, there's no money in the budget allocated to solar panels in this year or in future years. Even though part of the civic complex is going to get a new roof apparently through your budget, which is when solar panels should be planned for.
Mr. Good, I'm sorry, that is the time.
I have 10 seconds left. In other years, this wouldn't be an issue because Cornwall Electric has always refused to allow rooftop solar in the city, which is against provincial regulations. But now, according to Cornwall Electric, there's a limited window of time when people and organizations will be able to apply for solar. If the city doesn't act immediately, it's possible that the dream of putting solar on the city's facilities will evaporate before anyone gets time to act. And there's nothing in the budget to suggest that this is on anyone's radar, despite your priority.
Sorry, Mr. Good. In fairness to the other presenters, I stopped them at 3 minutes. But we'll go to questions from council. That may give you a chance to elaborate on your points. Questions or comments from council? Councillor Bennett.
Just curious where you were going with the Cornwall Electric. I knew for the longest time they wouldn't allow it. But it seemed a little bit in your comments that there's a window of opportunity to perhaps make that happen.
This isn't very well known, but Cornwall Electric is currently allowing for people to make permit applications for solar rooftop in Cornwall. I don't know the details because there are no details publicly available that I'm aware of. And the application period, I only know this because I previously had tooted their horn saying I want to be a solar customer. And they said, I'll put you on the list for a queue. And so I got an email this new year saying the rules have changed, you can get solar power now, and the application period is until middle of February. Now I know from my dealings with the city's climate action plan, for example, that you guys want solar panel power, but if you're not financing it, you're not going to get it. It's just a dream. The promise is not real. If you're saying you'll do it and you're not going to finance it, it doesn't exist. So,
Yeah. In fairness, we're not financing it because I wasn't even aware it was an option.
And you should have been aware, not because you, but because you should have been.
Yeah.
It's the public should know this.
Yeah, but I was, up until 2 minutes ago, I didn't think this was even going to be allowed, so I appreciate the information.
It's the single biggest market reform to happen to Cornwall since the privatization of Cornwall Electric.
Thank you.
Further questions, comments? Councillor Good.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Jesse. Great presentation. I have a question about the climate lens specifically. You mentioned the climate adaptation plan that we have budgeted for. Do you feel like we have in place the mechanisms to create a lens? And is that more or less a series of questions that we're asking ourselves? Like, what are the implications on the environment? How is this reducing our emissions? Or how do you see that climate lens being applied throughout the reports that we receive?
When I think of people in your position who have to make decisions about items that are related to climate, you don't have all the information. You need a quick decision-making tool that will allow you to understand, is this related or not, and does it help us or not? All I'm suggesting is that in future budget items, and we can go farther than this in future reforms if that's possible, but on the budget commentary section, you should just have a single sentence or a single paragraph that says, related or not? If so, does it help it or not? Then you can be accountable for the decisions you make.
Thank you. Very easy. It sounds very doable. Is there anything else that you think immediately in this budget year you want to see invested in terms of climate change and adaptability?
Thank you for the question. I'm very disappointed to see that there's no EV charging stations being funded in 2024, despite my previous recommendations to this council and administration that they do that. Again, as a citizen, not as the chair of the city's climate change committee. I've written articles about how the city should take advantage of federal funding, which will match dollar for zero emission vehicle charging stations. But those messages apparently are not getting through because 2 budgets in a row, those items were crossed out before they even came to your table. And this year, they're pushed 2 years down the road. So, that's just one example, but nothing in this budget suggests a real aggressive attitude, which says, we're going to rapidly cut our emissions. So,
thank you for that.
Further questions or comments? Councillor Gunjo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your presentation, Jesse. I agree with you. You understand deeply the matter of environment. I would like to ask you, what is the best way to capture carbon, briefly, roughly?
For a city like Cornwall, I'll just make it concrete for your own plans. Your climate action plan attributes about 8% of your future emission reductions that happen between now and the year 2050 to nature-based climate solutions. Those are things like planting trees and renaturalizing shorelines and taking environments which are developed and making them undeveloped, reclaiming by nature. I mean, in real terms, it's about 25,000 tons of your emissions you otherwise would have had in the year 2050 will be taken up by trees that you've planted between now and then. But I mean, the tree canopy has been devastated, and so if you're only planting 600 trees every year, it's like you've got a whole dam and it's leaking everywhere, and you've got just a couple fingers, and you're saying that's enough, I'll plug that hole. I fully support tree canopy management, but in the context of the tree canopy removals, doesn't really make a lot of sense. So I'm sorry. To capture carbon, trees, renaturalization. Those are two of the big things in Cornwall. You know, there are going to be opportunities to make these natural assets of trees and the carbon sequestration that they've got with them financially valuable to the city, but not if they're all cut down. In the future, there will be ways of financing these, and the actual act of cutting them down, and you know, my nature economist hat on, I say the act of cutting them down is making us poorer today in many ways. So it's not just the future losses, it's the current losses as well. Sorry, but I wouldn't say anything beyond nature-based for Cornwall.
True, Mr. Mayor. So we agree that canopy, planting trees, is the best way to capture carbon and to protect the environment. So that is what I think. And to our level, to the level of a city of Cornwall, planting trees should be not the only, but the best thing to do to fight this carbon matter that we have. So my point of view that I would like to share with you is that stop to plan. I mean, making plan. We have a bunch of plan since like 10 years or more than that. The only thing where we can focus now is planting trees. Not more, it's crystal clear. It's scientific demonstrated. Everything is crystal clear. We cannot, and in the other side, we have housing matters. So we are cutting trees. Cutting trees because we have to build houses. It's okay, but at the same time, we have to be very, very aggressive on canopy. So I really understand the plan that you're talking about, but to me, to my point, it's not a plan that we need. We need action now, planting trees, increasing the budget of trees that we have, and make or build a plan to plant the maximum of trees in our city. So I understand your point, but me, I'm very aggressive now because I would like to share it with you. I would like to leave a community or a city to our kids where trees or green canopies is more than 25 or 40%. That is my dream. We are far away, so we have to be active and aggressive now. I hope you understand my point on this matter.
Yes, well, I mean, on that note, you could put money in the budget for more trees. I mean, that's an option you all have. So perhaps the city wants to plant its own forest.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Hollingsworth.
Yeah, just a comment. We did talk about last year about adding more money to the budget, and we were told there's not enough human beings to plant the trees. Even if we put $1 million in, not enough people. That was what we were told by our bosses. I just take them at face value. So if you can reconcile that, where we go. Sky's the limit.
I have no comment.
Further questions or comments? I'd like to apologize for missing the beginning of your presentation, Mr. Good. I will say that I've been made aware we have applied for a recent round of EV charger funding, and there is a much more robust program coming in with the deadline of May 1st, and we are looking to apply for that. It is not contained within our budget documents. We haven't received approval for that yet, but stay tuned. Your points are well taken. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Clerk?
Mr. Kevin Coleman is up next, followed by Kim Arbic.
Mr. Coleman, welcome to council.
Welcome. Thank you very much for having me. I represent all the people of Dunkirk Street in Cornwall, the whole street on one side of the street. We live in the wartime houses, which are built very close together, and we share driveways. And we had a previous agreement, which was verbal, with the old city council, that we'd have a parking exemption in the winter, and our sidewalk wasn't plowed for a dozen years. Then people changed in positions, and they started plowing again and giving us tickets, parking tickets, because we park over the sidewalk a lot of times because we don't have enough room. So what I'm asking council is for a winter exemption, and I'd like to just make a few points on that matter. The sidewalk isn't even a sidewalk. It's 1 meter wide, which isn't handicap accessible. It's literally, you can't walk two people down this sidewalk. It's a path, okay? So it's not that necessary to have our side open when the other side's readily available and more wider. And as for the argument that we want to keep our sidewalks open, on the north side of 12th Street, there's no sidewalk on either side of the road, and nothing's being done about that, right? So we can't go back to the status quo of getting our parking exemption back like we used to have, which was an agreement we had with council members, Rivette, and I'm trying to remember the mayor back then. They came to our house and gave us this agreement, and they told us they were going to take the sidewalk out in 10 years, which had never happened, right? So anyways, what I wanted to show you is, because the plow goes down the street, it smashes up our grass and ruins our property, which we got to fix every spring. So if you could just give us the parking exemption back and stop plowing in the winter, we'd be grateful, appreciated by all the people on the street. And that's basically it. So, yes.
Thank you. Councilor Hebert?
Just for some clarification, the sidewalk plow is larger than the sidewalk that
Exactly.
is there, and so it's eating up. Okay, yes, I think I remember an election campaign at one point going down.
You can
those.
see all the damage it's
Yeah.
doing. Like, we got to bear the cost of that every spring. We got to put sod down, grass seed, ground. It just piles up because it just keeps digging because the plow's like way wider than the sidewalk. It's not a sidewalk. It's like literally.
Yeah, it's small.
You
I
know what I
wonder,
mean?
I know we can't ask questions of administration, but I wonder if those sidewalks are on the list to maybe get to.
Well, 17 years ago, I bought my house there. And I can say that we had an agreement. They came and measured. Because our houses are so close together, we got to move our cars in and out for each
Right.
other and the whole bit, right? So we park over the sidewalk. Sometimes it hangs, and then we get tickets, and we get more tickets, right? Because the city comes by and, they hit us, right? So anyways, what happens is, in the winter, we try to make it work. I'll get up and move my car if my neighbor's got to go to work or go do groceries, all this type of stuff. And it's all the way down. But the other side of the street doesn't have the same issue because they have 2 less houses built on that side.
There's a sidewalk on the other side.
Yeah, and there's a sidewalk on the other side that's perfectly accessible. You know what I mean? So all I'm asking is that you honor what was verbally agreed and promised to us by previous councils and the city and go back to the status quo, you know what I mean, like it was.
Are they both plowed?
Yeah, right now they are.
Okay, because I've heard of some streets where they have 2, but they only select the one side for the winter, just for budgeting purposes.
We used to be just like that.
Okay.
And we never got our side plowed for over a dozen years. And then the person that ran the city works found out, and he came and he started plowing it.
Okay, no,
You know,
good
so that's about
information to note. Thank
So
you.
we just like the winter exemption back, that's all.
I had Councilor Good, but I'll come back to her. Councilor Bennett? Then
Yes.
Councilor Gunjo.
How you doing,
Hi,
Todd?
Kevin.
Nice to see you.
You and I have had a couple of conversations over some apples about this particular.
I've been trying.
Yeah.
I've been trying to get your attention.
Yeah, no, you got it. So I agree. It doesn't seem to make any sense to plow a sidewalk this large. I think at this point, though, it's really not a budget thing, but it's absolutely something we could bring up to our administration.
Yeah.
Like at the next meeting, basically with a motion to have a look at this, because just seeing the picture, I mean, everybody looks at that picture, you'd have to wonder why we're doing this.
Yeah.
So I think, I'm looking around as you're talking, showing your picture, everybody's just kind of nodding their head, so I think this is probably just a motion that's going to have to come from one of us. And
Well, we really appreciate it.
Yeah.
We've had 2 petitions, over 17 years. Our first petition, every person signed. And then we got the deal, which was verbal, but it was still an agreement, right? And then when city council members changed and everything changed, right? Okay, things changed, but residents changed too. Like there's different neighbors, but it's still the same problem and everybody still agrees with the same issue. Would you please help us? And we signed another petition. Again, everybody signed and we presented it last year. But still, we didn't get the exemption back. So like, I don't know if anybody wants to take a look at the picture, but look at the damage it's causing. Like, it's not necessary and nobody wants the sidewalk except, like, I don't know, the city, I guess. But we just hope that you'd listen to us and help us, you know?
No, I appreciate you came this way to do it, because we've had the conversation about how to do it. And now we've all heard it. So,
Okay. I really appreciate your time for it, you know what I mean? And like, just make our lives easier, like it would. So.
Councillor Good, I have you next, and Councillor Dupel.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, I don't know what else was said around the table. It feels like a very reasonable ask, you know, given the state of the infrastructure.
Yeah.
We want to make sure you have somewhere to park in the winter.
Well, yeah.
So thank you for bringing this to us. I definitely didn't know it was an issue, and I wouldn't have otherwise. So
Oh, thank you very much.
appreciate it.
And thank you, everybody, for having me. I'm not used to public speaking, so I hope I did all right there. Okay.
Councillor Dupel, then Councillor Gardner.
Oh, you got it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Mr. Coleman, thank you for your presentation. And of course, I'm, as Councillor Good said, in agreement. It seems like an easy ask, and I'm sure it will come back to this table to for us to be able to push it through. And it's not often we have residents ask for less service, so.
Yeah. So, well, I really appreciate the time, guys, too. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Gardner.
Mr. Mayor, one of the issues that really concerns me is the fact of the accessibility to people in wheelchairs. We've had that on a number of roads where people can't go down the road or the path.
Yeah.
It's your sidewalk because they're too narrow.
Yeah.
So I'm going to support this when this comes up. It has to be done. It's an easy ask, so.
Okay. Thank you very much, guys.
Yeah. Further questions, comments? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a nice evening, everybody.
Two. Madam Clerk.
So next up is Kim Arbic, and following Kim will be Lisa Padedzi.
Ms. Arbic, welcome to council.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Mayor. I am here to speak to you the Queen Street sidewalk. Due to conflicting information and lack of information, we are asking that the request to build a sidewalk from the Wallridge to Shirley be deferred to the 2025 budget so that the city has more time to determine the environmental and engineering constructability parameters to determine which side of the Queen Street sidewalk should be built on, as well as to give the opportunity to the residents of Riverdale the chance to give feedback during the public open house consultation to be held at the end of March, early April. The community survey that was sent to the residents of Riverdale asked specifically if they were in favor of a sidewalk project being built from Dover Road to 2nd Street West. This survey made it sound as though the existing sidewalk that's on the south side from Wallridge to Dover would be continued. For this reason, many residents voted in favor. There was no mention of two sidewalks in the survey. This was very misleading. On page 128 of the 2024 budget, under locations for number 1 and 2, it states a sidewalk on the south side. However, the GM of infrastructure is telling us the side of the sidewalk has yet to be determined. And also the report from administration is recommending a sidewalk on both sides. This is conflicting information. Another discrepancy is on page 122 of the budget. It states a new sidewalk from Wallridge to Shirley. This is conflicting as there is already an existing sidewalk from Wallridge to Dover on the south side. This is not what the residents voted on. 90% of the residents on the north side signed a petition against a sidewalk on the north side. Residents of the north side have more trees to lose and strongly disagree that two sidewalks is needed. Please keep in mind that residents who do not live on Queen Street have other options to travel on streets with sidewalks or on less busy streets. Therefore, it is redundant and unnecessary to have two sidewalks. We do not need more east-west sidewalks. Children travel south-north to school, not east-west unless they live on Queen Street to connect to a south-north street. We need to preserve as many of our mature trees as possible. I think you've all just heard that message very loud and clear. Our area has lost enough trees to construction and the ash borer. I'm asking to please defer
the request for a sidewalk from Walridge to Shirley until more information can be gathered. And also, I have provided a PowerPoint presentation. I do apologize. It was not made clear to me how it was supposed to be provided to you. I hate the fact that I printed it on paper, which was for trees, but you will get a lot more information in here that will help support the decision to have one sidewalk on the south side so that we do not lose more trees than we need to. And I would be happy for you to review it so that you can make an informed decision.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
The next registered speaker is Lisa Parezzi. Lisa Parezzi. Okay, Mr. Mayor, we'll move on to the next speaker then. The next speakers are Rose Desnoyers and Katie Burke, and they will be followed by Sonia Behilil, board member, and Jacob Pilon from Social Development Council.
Welcome back to council.
Hello. Good evening, everybody. We're so pleased to be here because we do know that Cornwall does support the arts in many ways, and we are patiently waiting for our art center, which I hope someday does arrive. But we're speaking to you more as Katie and I are more here as just expressing our opinion on the art state in Cornwall and the way choices are made, what to cut. So I'll just remind you that in 2011, Culturescape report indicated that if Cornwall wanted to establish itself as a full-service community, it needed to place emphasis on the arts and on programs that have strong mental health components. I'll say it in French. En 2011, merci, le rapport Culturescape indiquait que Cornwall souhaitait s'établir comme une communauté à service complet et qu'elle devait mettre l'accent sur les arts et sur les programmes comptant une composante de santé mentale. By extension, if Cornwall wishes to be a community that will grow and appeal to the newcomers, it must provide a basis for activities that promote the arts and good health. The current budget proposal that cuts funding to non-core, non-mandatory budgeted services, such as Allsville Hall, the Historical Society, and the museum, to Encore Seniors, to Arts Council, to the Social Development Council, to mention but a few, is to say that at the least short-sighted implies that the position other than sport has less merit in Cornwall, in our eyes. It is also a denial that there is a large number of individuals in Cornwall who pay taxes to support sports, but who do not make use of the local sports facilities for one reason or another, whether it's their interest or physical limitations or physical consideration. I don't play soccer, nor hockey, nor football, but I know that families live through their children, grandparents and parents live through their children's activity. That I do understand. Why did the City Council set a maximum tax percentage without having giving us a full picture? Who was the driving force? How do you go about this is my question. And which one should not be cut? Which should be cut, which should not be cut, sorry. Who was the driving force that did these decisions? And why do activities that promote interest other than sport seem to face the chopping block so often? To have balance and continuity in all of these other social activities You need a stability in the income and the price. Am I up to 3 minutes?
Yep, sorry you've reached your time, but I will allow questions from council. They may allow you to elaborate on your points through their questions. Councillor Hebert.
Merci, Rose and Katie. Just pour clarifier, just to give you some background on the 3%, there was a motion that came to council a few months back to set a goal of 3%, not a hard line 3%, right? So it was proposed if administration can come back to council with a budget of 3% without cutting services, then we would consider it. The budget that's been proposed to us is 4.07. So, 3 was a goal. We couldn't get there. That's fine. Cost of everything has been increasing. And so just to give you some clarification on that, we don't have to sit at 3%. We can go at 4.07, or like Councillor McDonald has said once upon a time, we can grow the pie and even add money to the budget if we think things have been removed and need to be there. So very supportive of the arts community like you, Rose, and so hoping that we don't cut anything art-related in this budget. I don't foresee it happening, but I'm really happy to see the arts community come out with such a strong force. But that's a bit of the background. It's really in our hands as council to make the hard decisions. And if the hard decision means tax rate's going to go up 0.4% more because we have to include these things, then that's what we were elected to do, right? So thank you for speaking to us today.
Thank you for that comment.
Councillor Dupel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just wanted to say thank you for your presentation, and of course I've supported the arts all along and continue to do so. And I think that, sometimes things change with different, we have some new administration, and I think just sometimes when we lay out budgets, they look different. And I think that when we laid out what the non-core stuff was, really sent an alarm through the community. So, and I'm sure my colleagues can attest to that by the emails, the amount of emails that were received. So I think that it was being done on a positive note for council to realize and have all of the information when they were looking at it. But I really do feel as a councillor this budget time around, and I've been through many budgets, that was something that set a tone that I think was, I think that if we could think of it now, or administration could think of it now as the outcry that we've received from the public, I think that it would be presented differently, because I really do think it sent a wrong message.
Okay, well, thank you for those
You're
comments,
welcome.
because it is reassuring, and I'd like to apologize to to Katie for the time I spoke too long. I thought I was at 2 minutes. But thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes.
I have Councillor Bennett and Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Hello, Rose and Katie. Yeah, I think it's been said twice now, but it's when you tell administration to try and come back at 3 without affecting services, the only option. So they basically said, if you want to do this at 3% without affecting services, then we need to cut these things.
Yeah.
So as it was said before, it's up to us to decide if we want to cut these things. And it's no secret to anybody around here that I'm full support of the arts center and the arts groups and all those things. So I have no stomach to cut a lot of these things on that list. And you're right. It's in 2011, I think, or 2010, the Culturescape plan was very clear. We have a missing link, and so I think now that we're starting to make those links, this would be kind of the wrong time to stop making that chain, right? So, thank you for your concerns. I think most of us have heard them, and it was honest. It was a target set. Basically, we have to start somewhere, and we thought better to start here than at 10% and try to whittle it down, I guess. So I'm fully in support of the arts. I'm not making any motions to cut any of the programs that are arts related. So hopefully everyone feels the same.
Thank you.
I have Councillor Gardner, then Councillor McDonald.
Thank you for your presentation. The arts are in my heart and have been for a long, long time here. And what you brought up, you must understand that council didn't bring this list up. This was brought up to show us what was on our budget, not to cut, to show us what was on the budget. So after my phone caught fire yesterday because of the emails I got, I almost had to buy a new one. Thank you for your presentation, for forever your support of the arts, from both of you.
Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to, I'd like to ask Ms. Burke, well, before I do that, I'd like to thank both of you for your tireless dedication to the arts in the community, and not just to the $1 million+ raised for the Arts Centre through the Be the Link Committee, but for years of work and hours you've spent building the arts in the city. Now, what I wanted to ask you, Ms. Burke, was what insight could you add to this discussion that you didn't get a chance to? And you have your own microphone there. I think if you hit one of those buttons, you'll see a red light. Yeah, that's it. You're on.
I think sometimes that the arts are underestimated. We don't hear the music in the movie. We don't hear the background music on television programs. And so we don't necessarily think of the arts as being a vital part of our existence. But I issue a challenge to those who are iffy about the arts. I'd like you to plan a wedding without the arts. No music, no dancing, no decor, no dress design, no elegant dining, none of that stuff, because those are all the arts. And in our city, we have a vibrant arts community, and I think they needs to be strongly supported.
Thank you, Ms. Burke. And thanks for mentioning the fact that we're oblivious to the sound of a TV program, for example. And I have to mention in this respect that we admitted Joël Derouin to the Arts Hall of Fame this year because of his contribution, which is often unrecognized. He's some of that unheard music, but he's sought by producers, mainstay producer in Hollywood and Europe, everywhere.
Thank you for your question, Elaine. It did help give a chance for Katie to put in her 2 cents.
Councillor Good?
So I guess one last question.
Sorry, Councillor McDonald, yeah, please go
Okay,
ahead.
is the campaign to raise money for the Arts Centre still open?
Yes.
Oh, good.
Always. Be the link.
Thank you.
Councillor Good?
Thanks through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you both for your work and dedication in the arts in our community. You've put in more time than most people. And I'm about to plan a wedding for the summer, and you bet I could not do it without the arts. It would be a very, very bad party. I'll just say that. I'm curious to know, and you are correct in that it feels like some things are at risk in our community and some things are not. And so regardless of, I know for all of us here, we're getting bombarded with messages about how can you even think about cutting this? And like you've heard over and over, this was not a direction from us to say include the arts in the possible cuts at all. What I'm curious to know is, you see what's funded. Are there any particular areas within the arts that you don't see funded, where you think we're really missing something that we could have that could make our city much richer and fuller in the arts?
All of it. I'm always intrigued by programs for children. And how important it is to have arts programs for children, because not all children play sports. And we seem to forget, and I had one child who would go out onto the soccer field and watch the ball go by, and I had another child who was on the basketball court and ended up on a provincial championship team. And her idea was if you weren't on the court, you weren't anywhere. So 2 different children, but how do you satisfy both? And I think the arts many times is a solution for children.
Thank you for your question. I'd just like to add that often I've met with, through Focus Art, people moving in from Montreal and Toronto, and Focus Art actually serves as a welcome wagon. And I'm sure the arts in many ways and social groups are I guess that what I'm saying here is I don't know if we have a good inventory of all the activities possible in our city and offered them to newcomers. This is a question I can't answer right now there. I don't know. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? I don't know that it's part of the Welcome Committee, but it very well could and should be. You know, and it has me thinking too about, and I know your Arts Council is here to present as well, and, you know, I'm very fortunate with kids in my family and extended family who are artistic and get to perform and do art camps and theater camps, and we were just at a showing of Matilda, and that was absolutely wonderful. So absolutely including children in the arts is so important. We'll continue to fund these things. We have no intentions not to. I have no intentions to cut it. So thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Further questions, comments? Councillor McIntosh?
Interesting, Katie, you mentioned about 2 kids difference. I spent a small fortune on music lessons, singing lessons for my daughter. And then she goes and takes 2 years off at university to tour with a hard rock band through North America. It was heartbreaking.
My daughter would play basketball very hard. And when she came home from school, drop the book bag, hang up the coat, go up to a room, and I would hear her playing her violin. So she had a balance.
Yeah.
And I think that's an important part of it.
I just want to, we're not cutting. I mean, I think you were sitting in the audience. We were discussing that earlier,
Yeah.
Rose and Katie. We're not, there's no appetite around this council table to make those cuts. We were simply told, in fairness, here's what you can't cut, and if you want to do it, I guess you could cut that. Nobody jumped on that. Not one person around this table jumped on that, okay? So it's, you can sleep tonight well. You know, we have made a pretty good, arts, we've made made a bigger investment in arts in the last 5-6 years, spending millions of dollars on an arts center. The museum, we propped that up big time. That was, I think Elaine will recall the debates we had, and then, you know, there was a change of administration and suddenly things started changing there. We increased our funding quite a bit. And same with the library. This council's always supported the library and given them things they wanted, not everything, but so they could operate. So, you know, and so I think back in the days of when we were a factory town, arts really weren't, you know, it was the Cornwall Royals and nothing else.
That's right.
And that's what we were. But things have changed, I think, in this community. I noticed big differences, and I think arts are starting to take their place.
Well, that's good to hear that, and I hope other people feel the same
Oh,
way.
they all do.
I know around the table I feel a certain, you know, backing of the artists, for sure. Just, I find that it's important. I've worked on many groups also where, and Katie has also, where every year you seem to be struggling to stay alive because you don't have the funds, you don't have, sometimes it takes someone to give a boost. Just that's what I'm trying to get to here.
No, I think this council, I speak for my colleagues, they're very supportive of the arts. The Arts Center is an excellent example of that.
Oh, you're going to love it.
You know, so anyway, I think you're going to be well taken care of. Okay. You're never going to get everything you want. That's never going to happen. But,
Can I ask? I write letters to Santa Claus, and I'm 77 years old.
Anyway, I go back with Rose back to the days when we served in the cafe board.
Oh, my God, yes.
In the other century. Anyway, I really appreciate the effort you guys put in.
Thank you for listening to us. We do have a document we'll leave, and if you're interested in some statistics we've brought up, but I see that we're not convincing you about the arts here. It's really the process that we were wondering about. Am I right?
You're right.
Okay. Thank you for it.
Were there any final questions or comments?
We'll leave that with you.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Thank you for your presentation this evening. Madam Clerk?
Our next registered speakers are Sonia and Jacob from Social Development Council of Cornwall and area.
Bienvenue au Conseil. Welcome to council.
Bonsoir, merci, Monsieur le Maire. Sego, good evening. Mr. Mayor and members of council, we appreciate the opportunity to address you once again regarding the Social Development Council of Cornwall and area. My name is Sonia Belil. I am a member of the SDC Board of Directors.
Bonjour, chers membres du Conseil. Je suis Jacob Pilon, employé à temps partiel du CDS. Plusieurs membres du conseil d'administration sont présents pour aider à répondre à toutes questions suite à notre présentation. Many of our board members are present to answer any questions you may have following our presentation. En raison de contraintes de temps, aujourd'hui, nous aimerions nous concentrer sur un point spécifique, le plan de sécurité et de bien-être communautaire. In 2018, the SDC launched the Vibrant Communities Plan, a multi-sectoral strategy to reduce poverty through systemic changes and enhance the overall quality of life. In 2019, the Government of Ontario mandated single and upper-tier municipalities to create a community safety and well-being plan. The Cornwall Police Services took the lead, and in the early planning stages, the SDC became aware of this provincial mandate. Recognizing the alignment of both plans, it was unanimously agreed that joining forces would be more effective than duplicating efforts, leading us to proceed as a unified region.
The plan strategies were developed through extensive public engagement, underscoring its community-driven nature. Working groups were established for each priority pillar, accompanied by a lived experience advisory council that diligently created a feasibility study. This effort resulted in an extensive action plan with the support of 190 community agencies and municipal departments. The Vibrant Communities, our safety and well-being plan was presented to and approved by all three councils in the spring of 2022. Since then, the working group, led by the SDC, has been focused on implementing the 52 strategies outlined in this ambitious 5-year plan on behalf of the City of Cornwall.
We have achieved several milestones, including piloting a mental health wellness room in a local high school, offering workshops on critical topics and issues to residents, employers, nonprofit agencies, and the frontline sector, amplifying the collective voice of the 190 partner organizations to advocate for changes at the provincial and federal levels. Additionally, we are co-leading a health human resources project team with a Great River Ontario health team to address the significant shortage of medical professionals in our community. We play a vital role in information sharing within the social services sector, aiding the most vulnerable in accessing the services they need, and we are also actively involved in youth intervention efforts to prevent crime, among many other initiatives.
Contrairement à d'autres municipalités, la création et la mise en œuvre de ce plan n'a reçu aucun financement. Unlike other municipalities, no funds were provided to create and implement this plan. Our request for funding is not only to sustain SDC-related activities, but to also continue implementing a plan mandated by the province to the municipality. As an organization collaborating with the entire sector, thank you. Yawa.
Okay, merci. Okay, are there any questions? Councillor McIntosh, then Councillor Hollingsworth.
What are you asking for, money-wise?
Well, I have Melanie here, our operation on our operation team, detailing exactly what we're requesting for.
So we are asking for $66,979.53.
Right down, huh? You must be an accountant.
You will note that the original funding request was slightly higher, however.
84, was it?
Sorry?
84?
Yeah, the situation table has been able to secure some sustainable funds, and that's why we have a new number.
Okay. Now, you didn't just approach this council. You approached Gannett counties?
Correct. So
And-
we're looking for a total of $133,959.05 shared between the City Council and the United Counties.
Akwesasne?
We've started to reach out to Akwesasne, and it's something a connection that we would like to forge, but we just feel that the services that we provide aren't quite Akwesasne. They're not sitting in Akwesasne as much as they are here in Cornwall and SDG, so we want to further our connection to them in order to feel to justify the request from them.
Now, what was the response from the United Counties when you approached them?
They were waiting to hear from you.
They're waiting to hear from us? Gee, that's a first, huh? Okay. Now, I thought somebody had said that if they didn't get the funding, the full funding, you would cease to operate.
So we've been receiving $60,000 from Human Services Department for about 13 years, and the previously allocated $60,000 has never really been enough to cover essential fixed expenses like insurance and rent, audit fees, website, bank changes, et cetera. So addressing the shortfall demands the executive director's dedication of time and creativity to secure the additional funds and taking on responsibilities like bookkeeping and payroll as it was once contracted out. There is a great potential for the SEC to address major community needs, but only if the capacity of our organization can grow at this time. It's reducing. So.
If I
Okay,
can
I'm trying
complete
to
on that.
translate it.
Yeah, I'll translate and I'll be more pragmatic if I may. So basically, if we do not get that funding, this is core funding.
Yeah.
There's no other option to get this funding. It's a core funding,
Yeah.
right? If you were suggesting to us that the municipality will not give that funding and we would have to go elsewhere, we would have lost credibility as an organization because we would have lost court funding from our municipality. This is the basic support that we get. So yes, it is endangering the activities, the operations, but also the model that the SDC is trying to implement within the community.
So the offer, you saw the offers on the table, if I use that term, that's not satisfactory.
This offer we just presented to you?
No, the offer from the city right now, as it stands now.
That's, well, basically saying that we would be able to manage on 35,000 would be to say that we would allocate completely our executive director to the search of other funding or provisions, which we cannot since, as you know, we have a plan to sustain and we have other activities to sustain. So it would basically be, well, you choose between activities and staying credible and staying achieving the goals that you're set to achieve, or you completely focus on getting funding for which we wouldn't have enough money to you.
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to, I guess what I'm getting at, rather than beating around the bush, you would have to lay off an executive director if you didn't get the money?
It wouldn't be sustainable, yes.
Okay, that's...
We're really lucky. We have great leadership and we have great passion in our
Couldn't agree
teams,
more.
but we can't keep them on that solely.
Right. And so, but going back to the counties, and they play this game with us all the time. There's no guarantee that if we gave you 66,000, they're going to say we're in for 66. You didn't get a guarantee like that from them. They said something like, go back and see what the city gives and we'll think about it. Yeah.
Pretty much, yes.
Yeah, that's the way they operate. Yeah. Okay.
I can't
We're getting
comment on
used to
that.
it. Yeah. Okay. Okay, fine. Very good.
Thank you.
Councillor Hollingsworth.
If I ask some questions you've already answered, my apologies. I'd step out for a second. What's your total budget, operating budget?
So the year end for March 31st, if I'm answering the correct question, for 2023, the revenues were $220,751, and the expenses were $200,367, and the difference in revenue versus expenses is to save for future projects carried into the following fiscal year.
$203,000. Did I get that right?
220 revenue and 200 expenses.
200 expenses. How many people do you have employed?
I suppose 1 full-time and 2 part-time.
1 full-time.
1.5.
So is that to suggest that the bulk of your budget is being spent on paying for people? Because if I see this right, and I don't know what you're paying your executive director or what you're paying your part-time staff, but if your budget is around $200,000 and you're looking at 1 full-time and 2 part-time, I don't know what the going rate is for executive directors of nonprofit organizations. I honestly don't. But let's say, for the sake of argument, $75,000, give or take, plus the part-time people. That means the bulk of your budget is going to paying for people, correct?
Not exactly. We're not one of the luckiest organizations in the community, and we would definitely want to pay more our executive director, at least to match the other executive directors in the region. I'm sad to say that we're not matching this number. So no, most of our income goes to projects.
Okay, and the last thing, so originally, if I can remember the previous presentation, originally this organization, you guys started as a help for when Domtar closed. You're going to help employees kind of regroup. Was that the original premise of it, if I'm not mistaken? Okay, I'm getting some nods in the audience. I'll take that as a yes. Now, right.
I do
Sure.
apologize, but there's no commentary from the floor.
No, all I needed was a head shake. We're good. Now, the last question is that this funding is forever, right? Unless somehow somebody shows up with some permanent money. So let's get right to brass tacks here. You've told us your funding is limited. You need 67,000 from us and 67,000 approximate from our county cousins, if you want to call it that. And on the assumption that we said, yeah, that's great, here's the money, have a nice day, and our county said the same thing, you're going to come back here next year and ask for 67,000 or probably 75 because interest or inflation being what it is. So, like, is that really what it's boiling down to here? Just so I understand what we're getting into?
Yeah, we are requesting sustainable annual funding. You know, even with an MOU or a contract, you know, we're a nonprofit, we're not charitable, so we can apply for grants and sponsorships, but we need staff to do that work. It's very difficult to fundraise for overhead costs as we operate in the background supporting the sector.
So originally the funding came from the federal government.
Provincial.
And that funding has dried up. Provincial government to help us fallen paper makers, and now that funding is essentially dried up, and you'd like the municipality to kind of pick up the tab. That sound about right?
It's a way to describe it. That's not necessarily the way we would choose to describe it. I think.
I just tend to see things in their most simplest form. I'm not that sharp, so.
Oh, I wouldn't even dare to question that or to mention.
Smart move.
No, what I'm trying to say here is that the activities of the SDC is core to the community itself and to the well-being and the security within the community. The work that has been done and the work that is being done currently has created great momentum. We have 190 community agencies, that have supported this plan and are working together with the SDC. This work is being productive and creating great results. We have a lot of agencies in the community have gone to Canadian broader conferences and other events where they're able to bring results of what the community here has been doing. This is a great way to show what we've been doing and how we differentiate ourselves. They have, this work has been putting Cornwall on the map, if I may say it that way. And the request here is not to just pick a tab, it's just to make sure that the organization is sustainable and keeps bringing results and bringing the community together and making sure that the life in SDG in Cornwall essentially is secure and pleasant.
If I use your services, do you send me a bill? So if an agency asks you for assistance or whatever capacity, however you operate, I say, hey, can you help me do whatever it is I'm doing? Do you bill me for that service or do I get it for free?
I'll let
so I know, for example, I'll try to put it in
partners.
context. We got a letter from the Cornwall or the hospital. Obviously you did something for the hospital, I would think, or they see some value in it. If you've done something for the hospital, do you do the work and then send them a bill, or you just do the work and say, there, have a nice day?
Depending on the project, we do have a fee for service, like an admin fee. And other things, we partner with local organizations and service providers in partnership. So we do a little bit of both.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Your Worship.
I have Councillor McDonald next. And
Thank
then
you,
I have the
Mr. Mayor.
speakers list.
So I recall the beginning of the Social Development Council because I believe I was the one who made the motion to council that we establish a Social Development Council. And it was basically to counter the, I'd say, development of silo thinking among social service agencies. And I think, Councillor DePel, you were probably on the first Social Development Council with me. And so it was basically getting provincial organizations to sit at the same table and see where the gaps were, because, oh my gosh, our community had many gaps. And so in a sense, I think a lot of what you do, you address the most vulnerable people in our community who fall between the gaps and for whom nobody else really claims responsibility. So I think of the Social Development Council as being really the matrix of the whole community. You hold everybody together. And 190 agencies with the vibrant communities, that's a formidable achievement. And did you say that no other municipalities managed that kind of buy-in to the Vibrant Communities Challenge?
Oh, vibrant communities.
Six to eight other communities were mentioned in the report to show that they have been provided funding and support.
Oh, okay. So still, I think I like the fact that you say that we're a beacon to the rest of the province for how much we've managed to do. And this is no reflection on any lack of confidence I have in our own social services, but we all know that there are many people who live beyond the reach of the help of social services. Just in housing alone, I'll never forget the statistic. It's probably about 10 years ago since I saw it, but I'll look again to see what the stat is for this year. But when you consider housing, like we have 1,400 apartments that we own, and we've got 300 and some that we subsidize in Cornwall. And apparently, only 13% of the people in those apartments were people who were on Ontario Works. So that means the very poorest people in the city can't even get into Cornwall housing. So we have great need of organizations like the Social Development Council, because every time the province downloads stuff to us, we don't tend to expand our budget. We cut and tighten a little bit, and then that responsibility gets picked up by the NGOs of the community, and I'd say the Social Development Council is the first one out there. And I see Juliet back there too, so I can certainly say United Way is there too, but there's a great partnership between United Way and Social Development Council. And it's just not a dispensable service. So,
Merci, Elaine. Merci, Elaine. On the point that you just made, I'd like to draw the attention of the councils towards one element that was brought to our attention this year from the Ontario Nonprofit Networks, where the report showed the future of our community agencies. And it's not quite clear. A lot of, up to 5 to 10 years, 50% of the agencies will either be in a process of closing or knowing an organization that's closing. The SDC is looking to create momentum, as I said earlier, to bring agencies together. They've started the work. They've created a great momentum. They're bringing together the whole community in its diversity. And I think it's important to at least support them in this process and see the results rather than having to face the consequences. Thank you.
Couldn't agree more.
I have Councillor Bennett next, then Councillor Goodshow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Nice to see you personally instead of over a computer screen. The one thing I want to touch on a little bit is, you know, for us, the $66,000 or $67,000 request is only a little bit more than we were giving you before. It was $60,000. No, that $60,000 technically was provided by the province, but it was given to us to run programs, and we decided one of the best ways to run some of these programs was to give the money to the SDC to let them do it, because there's only so much our staff can do. So it's not that much different of a request from us. It's just that it's instead of coming out of a funding envelope that came from the province, it's going to have to come from our own funding envelope. But either way, whether the province is in or not, there's things we just can't do, or we don't have time to. I'm sure we could if we gave our Human Resources Department unlimited budgets, but that's not going to happen. So that relies now on our nonprofits. You know, I think even just as recently as the pandemic, I mean, what you did for this community in partnership with many others. Food hampers is the big one that comes to mind. And there's several other examples of quick projects that came up, and it was like, well, we can't do it. Here's Social Development Council, you do it. And so, you know, even it just boggles my mind how much actually gets done by this organization. And I have a little bit more inside knowledge about what happens because I happen to sit on their board as the council representative, but every meeting is just like, I don't know how much more we can keep doing. It's not like the $60,000 is probably the biggest bang for the buck we get on just about anything we spend, honestly. And if you look directly into their proposal, you know, I hear things, you know, in talk about, well, we could contract this out or contract that out. Why would we do that? It's being done. And it's in partnership with other organizations. We always say, you know, the comment made earlier is, what are the counties doing, what are the counties doing? And that's a legitimate question, and it's needs to be answered, and they need to step up for what they need as well. Full stop. But we can't rely on, well, we're going to do this in case they do it. Like, this is what we need to do for our community. If they want to get on board, great. If they don't, you know, they're only hurting themselves. So I guess the message has to be that you and your organizations and the umbrella that you guys have created, you're doing the work we just can't do. We just can't. We just don't have the time. And we've got some talented people that work here. And there's only so many hours in a day. So I'm in full support of the SDC, obviously. But just a little bit, if you could just give us, I mean, we've got this big report. I just want to make sure that we understand, what are some of the bigger projects? Like, you're asking for the 60,000. What are some of the bigger projects that we need to know about that you are carrying out for the community? Like, just clarify a little bit some of the big things you guys are doing with that money.
Well, I mean, the two ladies who were sitting here before were saying, we wish there was a way that we could let the community know about all of the arts programs for youth. Well, we are organizing a youth engagement fair. Yes. So that would really address a lot of those questions. And we have our annual job fair. We have currently a project where we are hosting it's called Secure Social Media. Again, this is all with partners as well, not just us alone, where we are going to go into the counties as well as Cornwall and give a workshop to parents about how to how to keep everything safe when it comes to social media for their kids. There's just so many, and I didn't come prepared with all of my answers, and I am going to, full transparency, I'm extremely nervous. So
it's all good.
But we do so many other things. I mean, in the report, we have a lot of our core projects as well in there, and maybe Sonia could mention a few.
I'll just sum it up to mobilizing the community, making sure that all agencies find an answer and find a common platform to work on and share and build for our community. And then employability is a big other element with the employability network, job fair, and others, and sharing resources within the community. You just made a point that draws my attention, because I feel like maybe I haven't mentioned that enough, but creating resources and being sustainable as a community comes with the work of a leader as an agency. And I think SDC is a great character for that, and they're really helping, knowing that having that funding and being able to keep just the core. We're being very modest with our request here. I want to underline that. We're not asking for more, we're not asking for new, we're not asking for better, we're just asking for sustainability. That's all we're asking right now, and this only is creating great resources. It's helping other agencies build resources, build winning practices. It's building opportunities for local agencies and individuals as well, and that just has no price for the community, I believe.
I agree, and it's amazing how many times city departments go to you to help run things like the job fair. We as an organization have a $200+ million budget, and we are going to the SDC to run some of our programs. It's not because we're just trying to offer. We know it's going to be done right, and we know they're going to get partners involved. What I do like is what I've noticed is how many partners keep coming in coming in, and now you've got this giant umbrella, and you're sheltering the rest of them from the storm, so well done.
Thank you.
Councillor Ngunjo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know you're doing, had been said, you're doing very good job for the community. Congratulations for that. But I wanted to ask you how it's going to impact you if you don't have this fund as requested.
Il y a plusieurs impacts que je peux citer, si vous me le permettez de le faire en français.
Oui.
De ne pas avoir de financement, ça met l'organisme dans une grande situation de précarité. Ça limite les ressources qui peuvent être développées au sein même de la communauté. L'organisme, le Conseil de développement social ne dispose pas de mécanismes ou d'outils qui lui permettraient d'aller chercher du financement ailleurs à partir du moment où la ville retirerait son financement. Il y a une perte de crédibilité, comme je l'ai mentionné tout à l'heure, auprès des bailleurs de fonds, que ce soit le rapport du réseau des non-profits d'Ontario ou d'autres rapports de réseaux d'organismes à travers le Canada. Tous disent la même chose, tous ont le même message. Le financement va être limité davantage et le gouvernement est à la recherche d'opportunités de financement qui permettent à la communauté de se rassembler. C'est ce que le Conseil de développement social propose. On ne peut plus multiplier les demandes de financement et de perdre cette crédibilité qui est l'appui de la municipalité, de l'appui de Cornwall, serait une grande mise en danger. So if I may, just to mention, there are three main risks. The first one being the loss of credibility from the municipality. Losing this funding would not help us with providers of funds. The government has also, secondly, shown that the efforts from the government in funding will only be for organizations that are gathering more organizations. But here, mind you, if the SDC were to show up to a provider of fund and request for a basic funding, they will say, why have you lost your main funding, your core funding from your municipality? This is questioning the operations, and the results and the accountability of the organization, and I don't think that's up to question today. The question is budget, and it's not linked to the performances of the SDC. And then thirdly is the future of nonprofits across Ontario, which is, as I mentioned earlier, not really clear. So there's not a lot of options for SDC following a loss of such a loss of core funding.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to know, thank you for your answer. I would like to know if you, and I assume that you're applying for other funds, right? To the provincial and the federal, are you?
Those are projects funding. So it's different from core funding.
Okay, but you are applying for those for
Yes.
the project funding, right? Okay, I think, but I didn't get the answer. But Councillor Dean, he was asking you if you are coming back next year and over. So what is your plan next year? Can we assume that next year we have to prepare a certain budget for you, or after this one you're gonna try to be like autonomous regarding the budget?
We are hoping for a memorandum of understanding with the city to clarify what is expected from the SDC from the city of Cornwall. Should you consider that the organization or the request is obsolete and is not appropriate with funding coming from the city, we hope that the discussion will be open and we can discuss this and explore together what are the options for the organization. Mind you, for an organization to reapply for a new core funding from a new provider of fund, it's a whole strategic plan to build together. Some organizations, they go 10 years building their strategic plan and renewing their whole identity and having a provider of fund for a core funding. So we don't want to ask you for a forever funding. We are asking you, if you don't believe us to be the right character for this adventure, at least include us in the conversation, and then we could build and explore together.
All right, thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you very much, Mr. Mayor.
I have Councillor Good next and Councillor Dupel.
Thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, ladies, for coming, and gentlemen, for coming and speaking with us today. The Social Development Council is like almost mystical, and the things that it does is so far-reaching, and it's almost abstract because they're not forward-facing. But anyone who's worked in the nonprofit sector in the community has interacted in some way with the Social Development Council, without question. When I look at the money that we spend, our budget as a council, I want to consider the impact that it has on our community, and that impact is very important to me. Now, you know, I'm grateful for all the numbers that have been put forward, and I think one of the things that we don't consider is the social impact has economic implications as well. And the money that we invest into this particular organization has a multiplying effect within our community. So we all just sat here around this table and we support the arts, and we want to support our community, and we're prepared to, it sounds like, continue to invest $300,000 a year annually in one organization. Well, I feel very comfortable with the ask of $67,000. I don't care if it's this year or for several years, because I've seen the impact. Now, if we were, by some decision, going to choose to bring this internally, it would take an immeasurable amount of time to rebuild the trusting relationships that exist between these organizations, because we know, and I have seen through my own work, the scale and the efficiency with which programs are mobilized, ideas come to life, and I think we are getting an incredible value for our money. It's always hard to see new line items added when we're used to seeing it funded from elsewhere, and I wish the province was still funding it, frankly. I think the municipalities get too much downloaded to them. Our inboxes were flooded. About a week ago, there was an absolute flood, and I'm just going to name a few of the organizations who sent in. This is not all of them, but Children's Aid Society, the Cornwall Community Hospital United Way, the SDG Legal Clinic, Sexual Assault and Support Services, Agape, Seaway Valley Community Health Center, ACFO, Équipe Psychosociale, Community Centre de Santé de l'Estrie, Moi J'apprends, the Eastern Ontario Training Board, Job Zone, Health Unit. It goes on and on. Diversity, who was here. And this is but just a little crumb of what the SDC impacts. So I urge my colleagues around council, I know that you're making pleas, everyone is making pleas. I don't want to imagine a world, I don't want to imagine what would happen to our nonprofit community social service sector without the SDC. I think it would create an immense void and vacuum, and then it would have far-reaching implications that in a time of dire need for our community would impact our most vulnerable disproportionately. So I wholeheartedly support your organizations, and I support the impact that you have broadly. And I had put a note here about Transition Cornwall, you know, which they do this work. It's so important. This is bringing our community into a more sustainable place. So I'm so happy that you have existed to fill these gaps, and there will always be gaps. I would love a universe in which this doesn't fall to the municipality, but I think we don't live in that universe, and so we need to just suck it up and realize that this is the right place to spend money. So I'm sorry I didn't ask any questions.
Thank you.
You have my full support.
Thank you. You've made a point, though, regarding the consequences and all the agencies that have been impacted. I can give you one example.
Please.
It's a lot of organizations that are very limited in funding in our community. A lot of them are based on voluntary activities, and I'm looking at council because I know he's very involved supporting some of them. Those organizations, when they look to apply for funding, they're really happy to be able to show that they don't need to include a research element or a study element within the community, because a plan is existing and it's monitoring this activity and it's monitoring everything that's happening and it's connecting all the agencies. This is a crucial element to funding. When you apply for funding and you're a small organization, this is something that you cannot do. In some of them, they just give up. they don't apply for funding and they don't do the activities or they don't lead the initiatives they want to lead. So yes, thank you very much for underlining the support the SDC is bringing to the community.
Absolutely, and thank you. You brought up a good point about the community safety and well-being report, and I'm privileged to be part of that advisory committee. And there are so many important. I didn't even list the police on here, but of course the Cornwall Community Police are a big part of this as well. So. Yes, you have brought it together under an umbrella where we don't need to work in silos, and there is an umbrella that can help to protect and support the other organizations. So I thank you because you are a sum of your parts, and thank you for highlighting these important assets that you bring to our community.
Thank you.
Councillor Dupel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just want to start off, I don't want to rehash what everybody else has said, but whether the government's in or the government's out, that's not what the discussion is today. The discussion is that do we want to protect our investment that we've already contributed to this valuable agency? I think that prior to, politics and during politics, I've always been a champion behind nonprofits. I've worked the nonprofit sector. I know what it is. I know what we've been able to utilize with SDC. I think that it wouldn't take very long if we were to let this go. It would not take very long for us to expose how we will no longer be a progressive and an inclusive community, because I think that this group hits many groups that don't get any public profile. The SDC doesn't get it itself because it's sort of that behind the scenes put everything together. So I urge my colleagues to vote in support of this funding. We make budget decisions every day that we're at budget time, and this is one that I think is no different than many others, that we need to stand behind SDC and show them that we support it wholeheartedly.
Thank you.
Councillor Gardner.
I'll be quick, Mr. Mayor. Tonight, or today, I learned a lesson. We're very busy with other committees and what we do for the community as councillors, regular councillors. You taught me today what I didn't know. I knew something about the social development, but I didn't know it all. You filled me with information, as did some of the councillors around here. And I can tell you that you'll get my support because you taught me what we need here in this city tonight. And just as a point of information, I guess, that young man you have sitting with you, when he first started his your discussion, you've got a long way to go, son, and you're gonna get there. Because when I heard you talking, I thought, holy cow, this guy's got guts like I have. There's another word I wanted to use. And thank you for being part of what you're part of. You're doing a good job. You're right out there. So, right on.
Further questions or comments? Merci pour votre présentation.
Merci, Nyawagoa.
Okay, council, at this time, we're going to call a recess, break and dinner. Just take about 30 minutes, so we'll reconvene here closer to 7 o'clock, 7:05.
Good evening, bonjour, Sego. The Last Resort program, designed by the United Way Centraide of SDNG following consultations with local partners, responds to the needs identified in our region's Vibrant Communities Safety Wellbeing Plan, a plan for the overall well-being of our community, a plan adopted by you, our elected officials. For people in precarious situations or experiencing an unforeseen crisis, the Last Resort program provides individuals a one-time helping hand to access or remain in stable and safe housing when no other program or subsidy can assist. What was initially projected to be a one-year fund for our most vulnerable neighbors to access during the challenging days of the pandemic has proven its substantial worth and merits a reinvestment. This program is answering the need of the current housing crisis by being both flexible and reactive to a sudden need, and by also preventing homelessness by keeping individuals in their current residence when possible. A recent publication by Dr. Latimer of McGill University states that it can cost the systems of a Canadian city between nearly $30,000 and $59,000 to keep a single individual in homelessness annually. We are preventing homelessness with an average cost of $984 per person. I'd say we're running a program that has a damn good bang for your buck. I want to share with you some important statistics from the last 9 months. This period covers our current fiscal year from April 1st, 2023 to December 1st, 2023. In that time period, in the city of Cornwall, $144,000 of City of Cornwall dollars were invested through Agape for residents of Cornwall. 143 individuals were directly helped. Approximately 200 additional individuals, we're talking about spouses and children, were indirectly impacted by this funding. 3 individuals accessed a last resort loan with your credit union, getting both a helping hand and an opportunity to build back credit. 42 individuals accessed a safe and affordable rental unit they could sustain, thanks to assistance with first and last month's rent. 5 individuals self-identified as experiencing homelessness, living in tents or in vehicles, and they were assisted into sustainable housing. The largest sum paid was $3,000 to assist with rent arrears, and the smallest amount was $36.24 to assist with a rental application. The average amount paid, as I said, was $984 per person. Only one individual who happened to be fleeing domestic violence was not a first-time user of this program. Over 20 different agencies, companies referred clients to the Last Resort program, and Agape retains 0 admin fees to distribute these funds. In conclusion, I would like to point out that the results of the online public consultations for your 2024 budget indicated the top issues affecting our municipality were the cost of living and housing affordability. We tackled both.
Thank you, Juliet, for your presentation. I'll move on to questions from council. Councilor Hebert, then Councilor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Happy to get the ball rolling. Thank you for your passion, Juliet. Genuinely, I think we're all pretty aware, not just tonight, but of your passion you have for this community and the vulnerable people that your organization and its projects serve. And I think the United Way is incredibly lucky to have someone like you at its leadership. So thank you for sharing that with us. And thank you for sharing such an amazing program that we could possibly be a big part of. I know we have in the past through other funding, through the housing department, but I think it is critical, as you know, the housing crisis hasn't disappeared. We're still very much reacting to it, that we are investing funds in programs that are preventing homelessness, that are intervening and ensuring folks can stay housed, or getting folks in housing if they're not. So preventing homelessness, reducing homelessness. We heard loud and clear that homelessness is a major concern of our residents. It was the thing that I read the most in the feedback from the consultation. So, and I love that it's a helping hand, right? It's not it's an opportunity for someone to put themselves in a better position. And the flexibility as well, I really love. I know that the core function of it is to support folks with housing needs. But if that housing need isn't just necessarily, first and last month's rent, or rent arrears. It can be, from what I've heard in the counties, wood for heating. It can be a police background check someone might need to apply for rent. So it doesn't have to be $1,500 for this or that. It can be, the $30 for an application. And so there's no discrimination there. And there's no real stringent application process. Obviously, there's a process, but I think it is not discriminatory in any way, shape, or form. And it is filling gaps that other levels of government haven't been able to fill. And so we're picking up the slack. It's the ounce of prevention that is worth the pound of cure. That's how I see that here. And I love the loan. I know that's not necessarily what you're here for today, but I love the opportunity for individuals who wouldn't necessarily be able to build credit to have access to these low interest loans. And I know those are only available to those who have been assessed, who have the funds available to pay those back, but those as well are super flexible. So no question, just me telling you how great this all is and how I would 100% support it being in our budget. I know it's not in the proposed budget right now. We'll be deliberating tomorrow and maybe Wednesday, and I will hope to lean on my colleagues around the table to support adding this into our budget, because it is doing the work that we can't necessarily do.
Even though there was no question, may I answer? So through you, Mr. Mayor. So you're right, we're not here for money for the loan program because that's been secured and that's been put in there. And the money, as those loans get paid back, the loans go back out to the community. So they are self-sufficient on their own. And any interest we make on those loans pay off if anybody were to default on their loans. So I am here tonight, just to be clear, for an ask of $200,000 to continue the work in the Cornwall. I know that has a big sticker shock. It's a lot more than anybody else has been asking, but I want to put into perspective that with that $200,000, I will house hundreds, and that's less than half the cost of an average single-family home in our community today.
Okay, I have Councillor McDonald next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I do have a question. I'm just a little bit confused. So I gather there was some money contributed to the last resort program. Did that come from the city? And how was Agape involved in that? Pardon my ignorance. I support it all, but
no,
how does it go?
I appreciate that question because I certainly couldn't give all that information in 3 minutes.
Okay, well, I'm really curious because I didn't see it in the budget.
No. So we received in December of 2022 an influx of $300,000 from the city of Cornwall, from the housing department. It was leftover funds from the pandemic. Not that entire $300,000 was invested in the city of Cornwall, because it came from Cornwall Housing that oversees Cornwall and SD&G. And so we divided that budget 60% to the city of Cornwall, as that's what our statistics were showing us. The 60% of users were and expenses were in city of Cornwall, 40% to the counties. And we have two organizations who run, it's House of Lazarus for anyone in the counties, and it's Agape in the city of Cornwall. Because when those people come in, Carrie Lynn, Councillor Hebert, pardon me, was very good to point out that our program, there's no barriers to access it, but there is an intake. And that intake process is stringent in that we will not pay your first and last month's rent if that's not an apartment you can prove to us that you can sustain with the revenue you have now. And sometimes sustaining it means actually getting into the other community services that will support you to sustain it, including the food bank. It means looking at your current taxes and are you making that ask for all the other subsidies you should qualify to get. And we in the United Way do not have neither the capacity in staffing nor the full knowledge of all of those government programs that exist. Agape does. So in the city of Cornwall, we've asked them to partner with us to do the distribution of the funds.
Well, that's fabulous and a great partnership story. So really, that was my only question. I wanted to know how it worked.
Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you, Your Worship. One quick question. That $200,000, is that forever? Or is this one time and done?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, The housing crisis isn't just a municipal issue, but it's also not just a provincial or a federal issue either. We're going to solve this if we are smart with our investments. We include the private sector, we include the provincial level, the federal level, and municipal. So is it forever? I hope not. But until you have more affordable housing built that you advocate for from the province, we have a problem in this community, and I'm offering you a solution.
So, no, you'll be 5 years at least. That's, I mean,
I don't have a crystal ball.
well, I can make a pretty good guess that we're not going to solve the housing crisis this year.
I
We're not
don't
gonna
think we're
solve
going
it
to
next
solve it,
year.
but I am
We're gonna solve
asking
it the
for
year
this
after that.
funding because I am using my private donors to work on other solutions that will support yours.
I'm not
So I'm hoping in
questioning-
5 years, it won't be to this amount. But in the next 5 years, will I be asking for funding? Probably.
Look,
I can't guarantee that.
I'm just trying to be practical, okay? I don't think we're solving it this year, and we're not solving it next year. And so, like, I'm kind of just say it how it is. Realistically speaking, yes, I don't expect you to know the definitive answer, but let's cut right to brass tacks here. We're not going to solve it this year, so you're going to be back here for money next year, and we're not going to solve it next year completely. So realistically, we're at least 3 years out. Is that a fair assessment based on what we know today?
Are you proposing a 3-year agreement? Because I'd love to have that discussion.
No, I guess what I am suggesting is that we should know that going in now, instead of being asked, why would you want to go 1 year at a time when you can realistically anticipate more than 1 year?
I'll be transparent, Councillor Hollingsworth, that this is the third time I present for this ask. There was discussions in the past about being integrated into your departments to receive funding through MOU, and I was asked to come back. And so asking council for this money is probably going to be a recurring unless restructuring happens so that we can prove we are an extension of your work in the city and can be contracted to do that work alongside.
That's a spectacular answer. Thank you very much.
Councillor Good.
Thank you for,
Councillor Good, then Councillor Gardner.
Sorry.
Sorry, thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your presentation, and I appreciate hearing the impact of what this money actually means. Of the $200,000, you mentioned that Agape has a 0% administration fee. Is any of it held for the United Way, or does it all go into the hands of the individuals who are accessing the program?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we do keep a very small admin fee. Currently, it's at 4%. It allows the United Way to do the work of making the ask for contributions to private donors, grow this program. We started on 100,000 K in the first year. We've managed to do research to roll out the loans program. We're using this now. We're in our third year of successful implication, and we want to grow this to solve other issues. So that admin fee doesn't even cover an ounce of the work that we do behind the scenes in this program.
Yeah, it's like $8,000. It's a very small chunk. We had a gentleman here today asking us what we were doing about homelessness. It was very, very, very evident from the public survey that it was the single most mentioned item as far as priority for the city. And so we recognize that this is something that we need to invest in. Naturally, of course, Housing and Human Services has plans, but you can't build, we wish we could build something overnight, but you can't. I think that this is, again, money well invested into our community. When I look at the $200,000 and I translate this, I just did some quick math here in terms of what the average household is paying for their property tax. If we were to add on this additional $200,000 that would directly go to preventing homelessness, it, from my calculation, comes to $7.50 a year. That is not a lot to prevent people from becoming unhoused and prevent all of the spectrum of issues that come along with it. Do you mind speaking to, because you had some figures there around the average unhoused person costing between 39 and some Do you want to just, can you talk to where that money, how did that figure come to be?
So it's not a figure that the United Way has released. I actually participated through you, Mr. Mayor, participated last week in a homelessness prevention workshop run by a national organization. And it's a study that was funded by McGill University that looked at the full costs of an individual that was homeless utilizing all the different services in a community, be it a warming center, be it a shelter, be it mental health services, be it the use on the multiple visits to ER. If you can avoid all that by keeping somebody housed, then it's the potential cost of unhoused is 30,000. It was just under 30,000 in some of the small eastern provinces, and 59,000 was the cost in Vancouver. So where does Cornwall sit in terms of costing? Somewhere between that 30,000 and that 59,000.
So if we were to have paid I'll put it on the very low end, $39,000 of municipal funds for those 143 people, that comes to $5.5 million. It looks like you saved us quite a bit of money, actually, as it turns out. Now, can you, because you mentioned emergency departments, have you seen or do you anticipate that this could reduce some of the demand that are currently being put on the emergency departments? As we know, our wait times right now are astronomical.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, that's a difficult direct correlation to make. But there is multiple studies that I don't have with me tonight based on the principles that your city has adopted, that housing first, the built for zero model that really does reduce the use of emergency rooms for matters that can be resolved if there's secure housing and supportive organizations around them. And our work with the City of Cornwall Housing Department really is pushing that model forward. And this is just one of the many pieces of the puzzle that are being put in place and will be put in place in the next few years to take some of that off, or we do hope so.
Well, I'd say wonderful work, and congratulations on being able to mobilize this and actually put the money directly where it needs to be and prevent people from becoming homeless whenever they're in a precarious state. So this is something that I support, and I think, unless we have an alternative that I don't know about, we need to invest in housing and homelessness, and that's very, very evident by what the remarks that we received from the survey. So thank you very much, Juliette.
Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Some of my questions were answered by Sarah Good, so I don't have any questions for you except a comment that you're doing a bloody fine job, and thank you for that.
Thank you.
Further questions or comments? Councillor Gunjo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to say thank you to what you're doing for our community. We faced the problem of housing. We're still dealing with this issue. It's a huge problem that we have. And I'm not sure that we, the council and the city, can bring any solution on the table if you are not on the ground. So thank you very much for what you're doing, and please keep doing what you're doing. Thank you very much.
Merci.
Further questions, comments? Okay. Thank you for your presentation tonight, Juliette. Madam Clerk.
Our next registered speaker is your Arts Council, and here to present is Richard Salem and Neil Carrière. And the next one will be Louise Lanto.
Welcome back to council, Richard.
Thank you.
The one with the little button. Yeah.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I wrote a speech, and it's 4 minutes long. I was going to try and read it in 3 minutes, but no. And most of what is in the speech, actually, I should pull it up. Most of what is in here, Rose and Katie, and I'm sure many of the other people who have presented today have made the points much more eloquently than I could. So I'm going to stick to the financial facts. I'm going to speak to your wallets, if I may. In terms of what is the return on investment that you're getting for your investment in your Arts Council? We have two programs that I'm going to highlight. The first being Cornwall Art Walk. We spent just over $10,000 locally on producing the event. The participating artists took home more than $50,000 in sales and another $10,000 or so in after-event commissions and business. And the downtown businesses reported significant increased sales during the event. So that's somewhere around $100,000 returned to the community for that one event. Another event I want to highlight, actually I'm going to stay on Cornwall Art Walk because there was a significant non-monetary value. We had a huge audience on social media. Page posts reached more than 26,000. Our ads reached an equal number. And the organic reach through the 8,000 or so attendees and 60-plus vendors is inestimable. Cornwall was presented in a very glorious light for the world to see and share. Apples and Art Studio Tour. We spent just over $13,000, again locally, to produce the event. The two-day event generated $80,500 in sales, an unknown amount in post-event sales. It attracted more than 6,000 studio visits, and the direct social media reach exceeded 70,000. Cornwall, again, was presented in a glorious light for the world to see and share. And the event generated $100,000 back to the community. So those two events alone, ignoring the umbrella events such as Cornwall Art Hive, the fact that we enable Focus Art to produce their various shows, and a number of other things, just those two events returned $200,000 to the community from the $25,000 investment that the city made. I mentioned the Focus Art Association. The arts is a very important part in what makes Cornwall attractive for people to live and work. And the organizations we umbrella contribute to that attraction.
Thank you, Mr. Salem. I'll open the floor to questions. Councillor Gardner, then Councillor Bennett.
I know you couldn't read the whole thing in 3 minutes, but take that back out. Your paper back out. I want to know how much total the city has benefited by this in terms of dollars spent in here, in Cornwall. Not just the two that you mentioned, but total.
Well, it's very hard to quantify programs like the Cornwall Art Hive because they don't generate income. What they do generate is a very positive image for Cornwall and events throughout the city that people can enjoy and participate in. Yeah. They help build a sense of community. They help bring people together. And you can't put a financial value on that. It's quality of life. What's quality of life worth?
Yeah. Well, if that's, I won't ask you anymore. I will tell you I've sat on that committee for a number of years, and overall I know exactly what you do, so you've got my support around the table. Thank you for your representation.
Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. I think we debated very well when we decided to support the Arts Council outside the budget last time. I think most of us realize the value you bring to the community. I just wanted to highlight just quickly, because I don't think it can be said enough. If you go back 15 years, the arts community was fairly fractured and was all pulling in different directions. There were some great people doing some great things, but it was all going in different directions, and it created some friction sometimes, and it was a little disjointed. It is now pulled together, going in the same direction, and there's many factors for that, but the Arts Council played a major role in that, and I can appreciate it because now that I'm sitting here and having to vote on things, it's nice to know the committees and the groups that are doing the work to make our city the place you want to live in, right? And I think I know, because I sit on their board, what you do for this community, what you do for the artists, what you do for those groups. And for me, I have no intention of cutting your budget. I don't think, I'd be surprised if really anybody does. But I think if we just look at how well the arts community is gelled, it would be absent-minded of us not to say out loud the role that the Arts Council played in it. And I would think that with that unity within the groups, how they started to take charge of things like Be the Link fundraising, like all those groups work together. And I think it's one of the reasons why we're going to have an arts center. And so I don't think 15 years ago this would have happened, because everybody was thinking they were in competition with each other without realizing that the competition makes us all stronger. So I appreciate the work you guys have done, and all the groups that you support. They've all done some amazing things, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
We try to be as collaborative as possible. We try to create an environment where everyone can be included and recognized and heard and supported.
Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I don't want to disagree with Todd, but I just want to say I didn't think the arts community 15 years ago was working against each other so much as simply working in silos. But what you provided was a central forum, and the Arts Council grew out of the analysis done by the Culturescape people. 2011, they recommended an arts center, which we're working on, and they recommended an arts council, which you are. And I think you probably weren't the first director, but you've certainly, I'd say, done more than initially. It had a great beginning, but you have really given it, you've picked up the momentum that you inherited, and you've spread it. And was that Art Hive, like I saw you Saturday in the mall, you had all these kids there. I had a kid with me who wanted to play too, but couldn't.
Yep.
But like, was that an Art Hive activity with Yaffa?
That was an Art Hive event, and yes, Yaffa was there. We do that in the mall every fourth Saturday. We do it in the library every second Saturday. And then when the weather allows, we move it to Lamoureux Park, and again, every second week. But we've also held events at the Dev Center, at TR Léger, at the Agape Center. Those are more private than public events. We've been to the Native North American Traveling College at the invitation of I'm sorry, his name's not in my head, but the chief who paid for us to use the facility. We hope to go back there. And, you know, we're expanding that program as much as we can, given the constraints of time and volunteership and all of those things.
Yeah. So initially, you got some federal funding, and then like so many other organizations, you know, the funding gets downloaded or it just somehow evaporates. So I'm really thrilled that you've been able to do as well as you have, because what you bring back to the community, just in terms of Art Walk and Apples and Arts alone, should you know, put paid to any questions anybody has as to the value you contribute to the community.
Yeah, that's you know, that's the return on investment I was talking about. For $25,000, those two events alone put $200,000 in the pockets of the community.
Yeah, so I certainly support your organization and continued funding for you for sure.
Thank you.
Councillor Hubert?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to keep it short. Just want to say that I'm very supportive of the request, of the approved request that we're discussing. But I think what I love the most about what Art Council does is you make art accessible to those who may not otherwise have access to. And that's to the point of Elaine's or Councillor McDonald's observation in the mall. You were there, open to anybody and everybody who, of all ages and abilities or lack thereof, to come and use the products that you have there and the artists who are there to support them to be artistic and to express themselves in a way that they might not, and you're going to places like the Agape Center and serving communities, again, that would maybe not have access to that. So I think that's, of all the many great things that your Arts Council does, I think for me, that's the most impactful.
Yeah, we've had that first session at the Dev Center, and that was remarkable. The participation, the excitement, the attendance, it was truly remarkable. We were very happy to be there, and we do get that kind of a response. Many places we go, it's not just the creative juices that we're inspiring to flow. It's the sense of community that event builds. I mean, everyone's sitting around the same tables doing art together and talking to each other and accepting each other, and it's a remarkable thing to see.
It's really cheap therapy.
And community building.
Councillor McIntosh.
I'm just wondering, I've always wondered when people come up with figures that the $50,000 in sales and the $80,500 in sales, do these people, they just tell you, like, hey, I sold $690 worth of product, or?
Yes,
And
we
I'm surprised they admit that, because Revenue Canada probably isn't aware of this.
We do promise them anonymity and that the numbers will never be used other than as an agglomerated total.
Yeah.
And we do have to chase them. But, yeah, we had 95% of Apples and Art participants report within 2 months of constant phone calls.
Yeah. I'm just, if I were an artist and somebody came up and said to me, how much did you sell? And I go, none of your business.
We've had a
Simple
few,
as that.
and, we have to respect that, but we explain to them that we need the figures as a conglomerate total so that we can apply for grants the next year, and as I say, 95% are cooperative.
Now, the Apple and Arts, which I've enjoyed over the years, it's not only in Cornwall, it's the counties, South
Yeah, from Morrisburg to Alexandria.
So when you say 100,000, maybe I misunderstood you. 100,000 is back into the community through the Apple and Arts. That's back into the region, I guess.
I would say 80% of that is generated in Cornwall, and 20% would be the counties.
Oh, okay.
Councillor Good.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to keep it short as well. You have my support. I believe what you're doing is of immense benefit to our community, and I thank you for your continued dedication and for making art accessible to people at all levels, as was already mentioned. So thank you very much, and I look forward to participating in your events.
You should come out to more art hives.
Yeah, it's during my kids' nap time, so it's actually really not very convenient for me. But thank you.
We'll move it.
Councillor McDonald. Councillor McDonald?
I was just going to comment, I'm glad you gave us the 80-20 breakdown of the counties versus the city, because I don't believe they contribute to you financially. But the fact is, we make all the money, like, we've got the restaurants and the hotels, so.
Yeah, they did contribute, I think, $1,000 last year towards the brochure, so it was something.
Yeah, well, and they're on the map that the brochure has, so that's.
They're there as a sponsor, yeah.
Yeah, good. And, well, they're pictured, too. Like it's
Their logo.
Okay,
But that's what their $1,000 bought.
yeah. And their villages, they're all pictured there? Because you have a map with your Apples and Arts brochure,
We have a
right?
map on the brochure that shows all of the locations.
Yeah, good.
And yes, that includes the counties.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Next is Louise Langto, and following Louise will be Shelley Skeet.
Louise, welcome back to council.
Good evening. My name is Louise Langto, for those who don't know me, but I think many of you here are acquaintances and friends, so I'm glad to see you all, and I hope that you've had an exciting day, mapping out the future of our community. I'm here today representing the Cornwall and District Labour Council, which, as you know, is a group of affiliated union members who join together for common purposes of improving their community. And one of the ways that we hope to improve our community is through our new concept that we're presenting here today. This has been, some of the labor councils across the province have been working on this, and we thank the Hamilton District Labor Council because they're really spearheading it, and they had a lot of the great ideas, and they really have influenced us. So what we're looking at is what we're calling Care Fair. And it's 4 steps to Care Fair. So you'll be glad to know tonight I'm not asking you for any money. I'm just asking you to consider this project and look at it for the future. We really believe in our community, and we believe that part of an accessible, vibrant community is the transit system that allows people to get throughout our community. So what we would look at is Care Fair. And the 3 steps would be, and not necessarily in the order that we put care in. Some communities may start with one group or another group, and some communities already have pieces of this in their community. And this just brings it together a little more formally. So we would look at children in K-12 schools having free bus fare. People who are disabled would have the free bus fare. Retirees and those over 60 years of age would have the Care Fair free. And those who are eligible for Ontario Works or ODSP would also participate in the program. So the ultimate goal for our community and many communities is to have free transit. We believe that free transit answers many of the woes in our towns and cities. The pollution problem, people using their private cars to go short distances, particularly with our climate. You think of people who have to warm up their car and blah, blah, blah to drive 3 kilometers. So, that kind of thing would be avoided. Geez, 3 minutes goes by really fast, eh? So we're asking you to consider this and look at it in the future plans. And we hope that, it's a multi-year facet, and we hope that we come back and talk to you again about some of the other advantages that we see in this. And if you have any questions, I'm open to those.
Thank you. Councillor Hubert?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I love this, Louise. Thank you for bringing this forward. And it's so very timely because we're going to do a transit master plan this year. So obviously we can't promise that any of this in this year's budget, but we're putting money in this year's budget to plan for the future of transit. We can certainly give direction to investigate what this would look like. Obviously, it would be an additional cost to the municipality, but maybe reduce cost to the impact we're creating on climate. Right? So, we kind of weigh those out. I will say that I had a free bus pass when I was in high school, all those many years ago. And I think the school boards maybe kicked in. I don't remember how that worked. I was 15. I didn't care. I had a free bus pass. It meant I took the bus home from school. We had a whole thing, but then I also was able to use it on weekends and at night, and I got familiar with the transit system, and I think that's kind of the age you catch them at, right? Because sometimes you get to a point where I don't want to learn a new thing, and you may not want to learn how to use transit or use this service, but I think if you catch them at that age where they're using it on a regular basis, it'll be familiar, and they can carry on those habits, into their adulthood. So obviously the accessibility for folks with disabilities, retirees and seniors, and folks on ODSP and OW, obviously all things that I'd love to see considered as well. But I think getting youth started with an access to a pass is a really great start. So thank you for bringing this forward, and I hope that when we do the transit master plan, we consider some of these, maybe a phase-in option, or I'm sure we can
I think that's
rip off and duplicate an R&D from other municipalities, and of course Hamilton is taking the lead on this progressive work, so maybe we can learn from them as well. Thanks, Louise.
I don't think there was a question there, though.
Do you want to speak a little bit more to something that I may have said? You want to elaborate, giving you some more time?
Well, I think that that's what all corporations in the world want to do, right? They want to hook their young people on their product. So as a city, we want to hook our young people on transit.
Councillor McDonald?
Thank you. I thought it was Councillor Good's turn. So I find this a very exciting proposition, and I certainly hope that we get there. And I've had two experiences in Cornwall that make me very optimistic. One is the Clean Air Day that we haven't had since before COVID, but I was frequently the mystery rider who could give out gifts to people on the bus who rode it in exchange for their stories. And I was just amazed at the overwhelming response. Like, the bus ride was free, and people came out of the woodwork to ride a bus, and so many, there were families with little kids and kids who were used to school buses, but they could stand up on a bus, holding the pole and all that. It was pretty exciting. And the other thing is our public library actually gives, I believe they've got a program with the bus system, and I think the ride is free if you're going to the library to get a book. So it's a program that encourages kids to read. And that's very successful. So I'm just wondering, what other communities have even tried some parts of this that you can
I know
speak to?
in Ottawa, the seniors ride free on Wednesdays and Sundays. And some other municipalities have lower fares for the designated groups that they could get instead of the bus pass in Ottawa costing $140 a month or something. People on ODSB Ontario Works can get it for $80. So there are little pieces of it. But I think one of the things that I find really intriguing about this is that, especially seniors, they would be riding the bus during non-peak times. So, when you see people criticizing the buses going by and there's one person or two people on the bus, if we have those buses filled or half filled with people, you reduce that complaining, right? Because people say, oh, well, my mother takes the bus when she goes to bingo, or my mother uses the bus when she goes to volunteer at Agape. So you have the buy-in that, my family is using it, my children use it, I don't have to drive my children to the library, they can take the bus to the library. So they see something for them in it as well, and they see a usage of a public system. Tons of things like encouraging people to do volunteer work, because some people can't afford the bus fare to get to the site that they would want to volunteer, be it the hospital or whatever group. So you have that increased thing. You have the increased use of community facilities. The kids can hop on the bus with their skates and go to the skating time at the Benson Center, or they can go to the pool. Okay, maybe the pool costs $4 to swim, but if you have to add another $6 for bus fare, well, that gets to be more costly if you have 2 or 3 children and you don't have your own transportation. So I can see that, increased engagement in the community, increased engagement in society, because the kids are out there in society, and sometimes, we're not seeing as many children because they're in their basement playing Nintendo or whatever the new game is, right? So we want, and I'm a teacher, we want to encourage our kids to be out in the community, to participate in society, to participate with each other, and not be so isolated. And the other extreme is the senior citizens who also experience isolation, and the effects that come from that. I think that this could reduce that. I know some groups of people who are older, and they say, the bus fare is an impediment for them to go visit their friends, to go for coffee at a friend's house, or, those kinds of things. And I can see that, even for merchants, downtown merchants, I know, and I do have a car and everything, but sometimes I hesitate to go to a downtown merchant because I have to, find a parking spot, walk a block to get there. If I can have a bus drop me off near the door of, life's little pleasures, that would be lovely. So those kinds of things, I think would be a bonus to merchants as well.
Okay, Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you, Your Worship. Quick question, Ms. Langto. Well, two, actually. Number one, I'm assuming that this is something you see as a long range, like it's not a one and done, we just do this for however long our bus service exists. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, I think that would probably be fair.
Okay. you probably said it, I missed it, kind of in my little budget book here. What does OW and ODSP stand for?
Ontario Works.
Okay.
And ODSP is people who are receiving a disability pension from the Ontario government.
I thought so, I just figured I'd make sure. Just as an aside, the city used to run a bus service for students, and then we kind of asked the school board if perhaps they could kick in a little more to balance it out, and they said no thank you, and then went out and got their own bus service. So we did offer bus service at one point in time, for at least for the high school kids, and probably reduce snow days, I suppose, if we went back to that as far as the municipality is concerned. So parents would be pretty excited about that. I don't think, I'll leave it at that. That's good. Thank you.
The issue of busing to school is a separate issue, and I did speak with the superintendent about this,
Right.
with the public board, and the public and the Catholic board use Steel, which is a conglomerate group, and the discussion would have to take place with Steel as to whether they would buy into this for school hours, but even if they didn't buy into it, it could be structured so that it's after 4 o'clock and on weekends and on days that there's no school, so that we don't let the school boards off the hook.
Right.
But Steel may be more, they're having a hard time getting drivers. They're having a hard time filling all their routes. So they may be more amenable to a thought of, working with the city at this point.
So just as a follow-up aside, you went see this as like for the kids in particular, because I, like you, am a teacher, so that's where my mindset is. This would be something for them all the time, like as long as the service is running. Like when we were in school, you got your bus to school, you got your bus home, and then if you decide to go back down to town 7 o'clock at night, you had to pony up your fare.
Yep.
So you're in kind of
This would be kind
envisioning-
of the opposite.
Like, yeah, so this would be like all day long type of thing, Saturday, Sunday, you just get your free bus service if you're under the age of 18 or whatever.
Well, you'd have, however they would structure it with a student card or,
Right.
whatever, if the city decided to put out passes, whatever's decided, that's an administrative,
Sure.
Detail that would have to be worked out. But, I think it would be wonderful for young people to use the bus and get used to using it. It would be great for our community. And I think it would improve social skills in children. And I think older people, and, I'm not a young person, but older people have kind of developed a fear of young people, because they don't see them out, they don't interact with them as much. And, keeping the young people out in the community, going to the swimming pool, going to the rink, I think that, allows our generations to communicate more and to be together more. And I think in our community that's a richness for our community.
Well, growing up in a neighborhood with single-car families, busing was pretty much the only way we got around. So I think it'd be an excellent idea. We'll keep it.
Well, I remember when I find this hard to believe now, but when I was 7 years old, I took ballet lessons and I took the bus by myself. I had my little ticket in my hand, and I would go to ballet lessons and come home on the bus.
Sounds about right. Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks you, Louise.
Councillor Good.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much for bringing this forward, Louise. It isn't something that had been discussed in these terms, and I think it's a really interesting concept to think about opening up fare-free transit for these groups. Speaking of other municipalities that may do something similar, and I don't know if it's necessarily this, but I had met at one of the conferences the mayor of Orangeville, Ontario, and they're currently in a pilot program right now that is completely fare-free transit for 2 years, I believe. And so I asked, how are you affording this? Because that's got to cost an arm and a leg. And now what I was told was that their increase in ridership was such that it increased the gas tax that they're getting. And it offset the cost for them to provide the free rides. Now, we'll probably know by the end of this year what the results of that pilot are, but I found that to be such an intriguing model to look at. And it really we had a gentleman earlier today talking about the key being bilingualism, and I don't disagree to that, but if you can't get anywhere, it doesn't matter how many languages you speak. Social isolation is a huge problem. You're talking about community building, the environment, like so big, right? Reducing some of the emissions that we're producing, and especially if we're moving into hybrid or electric buses, it's like the benefits just kind of mount on one another. So I think this is a really, really awesome concept. I am eager to explore what it looks like for us, how we would start to engage in that. And I think if we can get more people riding the bus, it'll be so much better for us as a community. So had you heard anything about Orangeville? Or is this
No, I hadn't heard about Orangeville, but I did hear about the gas tax, funding. We already spend a fair chunk of budget on transit. So I think it's best that to optimize the use of transit would be to optimize the chunk that we pay now and look at any overrides being there. But, a lot of this would not cost very much because during the day the buses are underutilized. And it would be like essentially having people go in free seats, that don't cost us anything anyways.
Absolutely. Rather have a body in the seat than have them driving
And
around.
I think it really would, fuel people's acceptance of the transit spending.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is fantastic. I'm really happy to see it coming forward, and I'm looking forward to future discussions around council about how we can actually implement this. So thank you.
Councillor Bennett?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. I like the idea that Councillor Hebert put out about, we have our master plan coming up for transit, that this should be something we should be handing over so that it can be something that's at least discussed. I can tell you, I'm not a genius or anything, but I'm thinking if every community in Canada jumped on the free bus because the gas tax will pay for it, the government's going to shut off the gas tax pretty quick. So sounds great, but I think if you had 100 municipalities doing it, yeah, they'll just pull that out. But I do know there's a community down the road from us that we compare ourselves to quite often. I don't want to name it, but it starts with a K and ends in Ingston. They have free transit for grade 9 to grade 12. And when they piloted that project, they discovered that the kids that were aging out of it were buying bus passes. And so their revenues have actually increased like big numbers difference. And so they were able to reinvest it back into the transit system. But when you think about it, you need to create new habits. You don't create a new habit in a week or two. It takes a couple of years. So I think if we try anything like this, we need to be patient with it because we're not changing the way people do things. You're not going to change the guy who's warming up his car for 10 minutes to drive 3 kilometers right away. So we're going to have to pick at it. But I think if we went after the youth and created those habits at that age, they're going to be the ones that would be more likely to continue using the transit. I used to use it all the time. Single car, lots of moving parts. I even had to take it to work because if I didn't get up first, the car was gone. So I would walk across the street, jump on the bus. I took it often. And actually, it's a nice, quiet, in the morning way to work. It's kind of a nice way to ease into your day instead of dealing with this. But I think what I'd like to see is if us start with the same project that Kingston's doing with the grade 9 to 12s. And afterwards, whatever they decide to do, whether it be a job or secondary education, they're buying their bus passes now, and they just created such a large new influx of paying customers that it benefited, and it more than covers the cost of what they lost on those bus passes. So I'd like to see all these steps discussed with our new master plan for transit and see where we go with that. But we should at least be open to the ideas.
Councillor Ngunjo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted, a lot of it said, so I shared what my colleague discussed before me. It's really an excellent idea that you're bringing. And that is, at the same time, perfect timing because we're going to discuss the transit plan. So it's an excellent opportunity that we have here. And I totally share what Councillor Todd said. I think it's going to create new habit for families. And I can go further because I think kids going through the bus, it's going to oblige parents to get pass. Because if the pass are free for kids, sometime maybe parents can have time to enjoy the bus with kids. So those new habits can be very positive for socializing in our community. So that's very important. And I really like the environment aspect because it can push the family to decrease the cars consumption. So that is very good too. Great idea. I would like to see how it's going to go through the plan, and I will totally support it because it matches my vision for our community. Thank you very much for this one.
Any further comments? Councillor McIntosh, then Councillor Gardner.
Of course, you realize, Louise, that free rides for 65 and over, some of us are going to have to declare a conflict of interest. We're going to be
Not you, Shirley.
Yes. I tell you, I always want to take a bus, but I had a traumatic experience, I'll tell you about 8 years ago. I challenged my colleagues to come to a council meeting on bus. And I was the only one that came by bus. And it was the coldest February you can imagine. When I got on the bus, I live in Riverdale, and the bus pulled off to go to the Benson Center, and I said to the bus driver, what about Riverdale? And he goes, we don't go to Riverdale after 8 o'clock at night. So I had to walk the 8 blocks home in the coldest day in February, and I've been terrified of getting on a bus ever since. So maybe I need some therapy, maybe there's a lot, I don't know. But,
Councillor Gardner.
I just have to say, do you remember in Ottawa a few years ago, they had, after a bus strike, they had a week's free transit? And my children live up there, and we decided we'd go to the restaurant. And one of the people said, well, we could take the bus because it's free, instead of trying to find a parking spot on Somerset Street, which is a nightmare, right? So we all hopped on the bus and went to the restaurant, had dinner, and hopped on the bus and went home, and it was lovely. We sat in the bus and we chatted to each other, and, you know, it was a great experience. And the other one, too, is like the powwow that they had on the island. You remember we had free buses for that? Normally, I would have taken my car, and then I was thinking, oh, I'll take my car, go there, park, blah, blah, blah. And then Councillor McDonald said, well, you know, we have buses going out that day. So we happily took the bus, and it was also a great experience. And I was not aware that the new buses, you know, they kneel and stuff. So that was a great, you know, way to find out about that, which I never would have found out otherwise.
Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to get in trouble for this. But before Councillor Hollingsworth was even old enough to go to school, I went to school in Quebec in high school, and they had free bus passes paid for by the school boards. So it's something that we could look into here, but also the province could do that. And the other thing that really took me here was the pollution reduction. And we talk about pollution reduction all the time. And CO2, less CO2. I hope this happens to keep people out of cars.
Yeah, I don't know what the statistics would be, but I imagine that the cars are a big source of carbon production in the city of Cornwall.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any further questions or comments? Okay, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much for your attention. Good evening.
Our next registered speaker is Shelley Skeet. Is Shelley Skeet here? Moving on then to Sue Forget, and following Sue will be Brett Lozon.
Welcome to council, Ms. Forget. You may begin when you're ready.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and all councillor. My name is Sue Forget, and I am the Cornwall and Area Pickleball Ambassador, a position that I held since 2017. I am representing some 600 active pickleball players in Cornwall and more than 1,000 followers on our online group. Pickleball is the fastest growing sport in North America and has had a relationship with the Recreation Department of the City of Cornwall since 2010. Pickleball's popularity is soaring among seniors especially, but also among younger age group now. At the Benson Center, 4 pickleball courts fits in the area of 1 tennis court, meaning that 16 players can play pickleball compared to 4 players for tennis. Aside from the pickleball courts used at Benson, in 2016, the City of Cornwall agreed to configure tennis court at the Broadview Park and Terry Fox Park, for pickleball and tennis, painted court lines, and provided 8 sets of pickleball nets at each facility. These pickleball facilities have been heavily used since, 7 years later, the state of Broadview pickleball courts have deteriorated and many cracks in the court surfaces have developed that are potentially hazardous to our players. The portable nets have also aged, with the frame suffering significant rust and the net in constant need of repair. The city had a master plan developed to convert the Broadview Park facility into 1 dedicated pickleball court, a concept that we pickleball players enthusiastically supported. The city posted tenders to achieve the conversion of the Broadview Park in 2022, but there were no successful response then and since. We have learned that in 2024, the Recreation Department intends to refurbish the 4 tennis courts, which is Kinsman, Mattice, Riverdale, and Terry Fox, but not converting our Broadview tennis court to a pickleball 1 facility only. So that is why the pickleball community respectfully requests you consider the proposed funding in the 2024 budget include the long time waiting for Broadview Park to be converted into pickleball courts. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, comments from council? Councillor Good, then Councillor Ngunjo.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. You had mentioned, and I didn't quite catch the number of people who would be able to play pickleball on the equivalent, because I know Broadview has 2 tennis courts, right? So
Right.
how many pickleball courts would you
For the
be-
moment being, we have 8 pickleball courts. We have lines
Okay.
that we've been made on each side of the tennis court, so we have to share with the tennis player. So we have 8 pickleball court over there. But also we have Benson inside to be able to play. On the 1 tennis court, we have 4 pickleball courts.
Okay.
So with 8 pickleball courts, or 6, because I think the project was aiming for 6 pickleball courts at Broadview.
Okay.
So at one time, you have 24 players that plays for about 15 minutes, and then you can have more people coming in and in and in and in. And with all the members that we have right now, 600 members of pickleball, so we need this facility to be able to play there and enjoy ourselves. Now, the facility is so hardly broken with cracks. Everything has been used since 2016, every day, all summer. And we also have Terry Fox Park, where we have also 8 pickleball courts now. But if they decide to convert, just to resurface all the tennis court now in Cornwall this year, then we're gonna end up with Broadview Park. Terry Fox will be eliminated because they're gonna resurface only for tennis. And I was asking the city, please keep those lines also, because we're gonna be needed. With 600 people playing around, and we also have the surrounding people comes from all over Glen Walter, Ingleside, Alexandria. We have a lot of people from outside the city who comes and play regularly on these courts. And because we have to put the nets up, and then after we're done, we have to disassemble them, they're in bad shape right now. So I think we're in need of having our own facility. Compared to the tennis player now, I would say pickleball is the 2nd generation of tennis. So, and a lot of seniors like me enjoy that game, and it benefits all the seniors too, because you want to keep seniors healthy. It's good for their mind. They're also working out, and the best thing, socialize with everybody.
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, during our town halls, as you, I'm sure, have seen, we don't have the opportunity or the luxury of asking questions to administration. And so I'm curious, because if we approved it last year and we didn't get any bids, I don't know if that will roll over into this year, and I'm very subtly looking for some kind of nod, but.
I know as a fact that in 2023, they didn't get any bid.
Yeah.
We were working with the city because we provide them a lot of names of companies in Ontario and now in Quebec. I don't know if the tenders are too complicated for a company to bid on it. I don't know that. I don't have the tenders in front of me, so I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
But they're telling me that they have a hard time to find companies. And, you know, in other cities like Coteau-du-Lac, it's been done about 4 years ago. Valleyfield has their court. Augusta has one brand new court right now. Kingston has a brand new court. So I don't understand, or it's hard for me to see how long we'll have to wait to be able to get nice court to play on. These courts are really, really in bad shape.
Now, I don't want to say anything that's going to upset any tennis players because I don't want to choose one sport over another. But as far as you're concerned, is it like hugely detrimental to have a court that's convertible that basically can be used for both tennis and pickleball?
It's not. We use it now
Yeah.
for tennis and pickleball.
And if it were like smooth and resurfaced, would that satisfy the needs, or still not
But
really?
from what I heard or what I know, they say it's not repairable. It needs to be redone completely. So, and also because we have to use portable net, over time it takes forever, and we have to ask for more nets not every other year, but after a few years those nets are done. Yeah. But the thing is, pickleball is growing at a rapid pace, and more players still want to join the city, and it's a good thing for the city. People eat there, they enjoy themselves, they meet people, and those courts will be done for at least 25 years.
Yeah. So we will ensure that we get that information to find out what the status is. I don't think it just got removed if we already approved it last year, but we can definitely get more information about that. And I will say that I'm not surprised that pickleball is growing. And I recently read a little excerpt from a study done in Europe, and they had looked at which sports increased people's longevity, and racket sports were like by an absolute mile. It was about 10 years that it added on to people's life expectancy. So keep playing. Clearly it's working. So we'll get some information about that, but I don't know anything further.
Yeah, thank you so much. I know as a fact that they have a hard time to find the necessary company to do the job. Sometimes they have to disperse and hire some excavation company, then asphalt and blah, 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 whatever it needs to be done. I don't know the whole process, but I just want to make sure that we have the funding this year budget at least to be able to do it maybe, I don't know, I hope this year, maybe not, but next year. I know they had been raising money for that project since a while now. I don't know the exact amount, but I just want to say to the people and the city of Cornwall, we're in great need of having better facility to play. And I'm sure you're going to take everything into consideration. Thank you so much.
Councillor Ngunjo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Please, did you have any information about the cost of this work that should be done on these?
I don't have the actual cost because it was not, the city never told us how much they had raised for this project. I'm sure you can get the information from the administration. They never told me anything about this. The only thing I know is they had the money. That's why they put tenders on in 2022 and then again in 2023. So I don't know exactly the amount required.
And when did you start dealing with the administration? Is it like one year ago or 2 years? Or?
Since 2010, when we started, I was always involved with the recreation department, with different stuff. And in 2016, the pickleball community, we have done a presentation in front of the recreation committee at the time. And as of that day, the city decided to painted lines for us at Broadview Park and also Terry Fox. And in the meantime, while we were waiting for this project, so when we discussed with the city, it was included in their master plan over a 10-year period or less, and they were supposed to refurbish 1 tennis court per year and also do the Broadview Park, because this is the one who is the most damaged as of now. It is the worst one. The other tennis courts are still in good shape. Some are bad, but some are good. And since we don't have as much tennis player, so they have 4 tennis courts now, and we just have that one facility. And that's why we said it would be nice if we could have our own facility to play outdoors and outside, and not to have sharing with the tennis player. It's not because we don't like the tennis player, we love them. And especially, I say it's a second generation of tennis, pickleball, because as you age, you're not strong enough to play more tennis, and that's why I converted to pickleball.
Okay, thank you. Tell me if I'm wrong, but you said people are coming from around the city to play pickleball, right?
Oh, we have many of them, yeah, coming from around. We have a lot of people from the city, and a lot of people who just retired. They want to get involved, or they want to get something to do, get active, and they come to us every time and say, can we play pickleball? And we have people, like I said, from Ingleside, Alexandria, Moose Creek, all over the surrounding of Cornwall too.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you,
Mr.
sir.
Mayor.
Councilor Gardner.
I can't ask administration, so I'll put it out there. If different places like Kingston and Brockville and other areas have found contractors to do this work, where are they, and why aren't our administration, and you can't answer that question.
I can.
Why aren't they reaching out to the people that are building pickleball
I don't
courts?
know. Yeah, I cannot answer that. So that was my question also. You know, they were saying they wanted to have a general contractor so they don't have to worry about anything to do. But it's hard to find.
Well, they're out there because they're building them. So we'll just bring that up at another time.
Yeah.
Where I can get the answers for that.
That was my concern, because we have the fund to do it. So
I'm glad you brought up Moose Creek, because I have a brother and some of his friends that come in from Moose Creek, and they go to Florida to play pickleball in the winter. So,
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Further questions, comments? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Councillor. Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Our next speaker is Brett Lozon, and Brett will be followed by Melanie Dawson.
Well, they'll tell us. Mr. Lozon, welcome to City Council. You can begin when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, and Council members. Thank you for allowing us this opportunity to speak today. My name is Brett Lozo, and I am the manager of Big Bend Ski Center. Along with me today are some of our staff members who have come to call this place home. Today, I want to address the importance of Big Bend Ski Center in our community. With almost 49 years of history, this ski hall has had a profound positive impact on Cornwall. The evidence of this impact can be seen on our social media pages and through the smiles of every single person who visits our hill. We encourage you to take a few moments of your time to go ahead and read our social media pages, the comments, the smiles, and the joy that Big Bend creates. In recent years, Big Bend Ski Center has undergone significant improvements and updates, with the City of Cornwall playing a crucial role in supporting these endeavors. The annual support we receive enables us to offer affordable prices for families to enjoy the hill, conveniently located close to home. We kicked off our 2023-24 season this year on December 4th, and since then, we have provided 369 ski and snowboard lessons, sold 765 day passes, and welcomed 48 new visitors from Quebec, a 60% increase from last year. Our partnerships with businesses extend beyond our region, reaching as far as British Columbia and the United States of America now. Big Bend Ski Center stands out in its own unique way. Despite being a small hill, it offers advantages that other larger hills may not have. For instance, we have a snowboard park with challenges for every skill level, more terrain time, and a family-like environment. We now offer walking trails, cross-country ski trails, and snowshoe trails, along with other major add-ons like alpine eats, new ski runs, and tons more. Moreover, Big Bend is conveniently located less than 1 kilometer from local shopping, restaurants, and accommodations. We have collaborated recently with local businesses to provide discounts for each ticket purchase at Big Bend Ski Center. Additional partnerships with Bicycle World and Play It Again Sports have been fruitful, with both places selling out their season's rentals in early December and having to restock to meet our demands. This season, we also raised funds through local businesses to allow us to expand and add more to our winter wonderland, and it had a tremendous effect on our season this far. This year, we have introduced a small lending library for youth and adults who wish to try the sport before investing in our equipment. Our aim is to ensure that no child is turned away due to financial constraints. The funding from the City of Cornwall has made this initiative possible. At Big Bend Ski Center, we deeply value the support from our community, and we strive to pay it forward. It has been proven that physical activity, regardless of age, is incredibly beneficial for mental and physical health. We offer lessons starting at as young as 2 years old, and to our oldest lesson this season, with Owen being a lady that was 77 years of age. As we approach our 50th anniversary in 2025, we have accomplished a great deal, but there's still so much good we can do at Big Bend. Big Bend Ski Center provides employment opportunities, promotes healthy living, fosters lifelong friendships, builds confidence in our youth and young adults, and contributes to our tourism economy. Without the continued support from Council, it would be impossible to sustain these endeavors. We implore the City Council to reconsider any plans of cutting our funding to Big Bend Ski Center, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
That was good, eh?
It's a good sound.
I was watching.
Yeah. So I have Councillor Hollingsworth first and Councillor McDonald.
First of all, thanks for keeping in the time limit.
Thank you. Yes.
Some other people didn't seem to think that was the thing, but I appreciate you getting it done. Nicely done.
Thank you.
I'm not gonna really. I don't have a question. I just want to. Well, actually, I do have a question. If people have skis and bindings and stuff like that, can they give them to you?
Yes, they can.
So
And
if I drop them off, you'll try to, and they're still relatively new.
This
Kid
season
grew
we
out of
did
them,
the
what can you-
lending system, and people are kind of blown away by that. But instead of doing a rental system where a lot of people can't afford the rentals, we actually just lend the equipment.
Yeah.
So we just lend them out, and then we've taken a massive notice into like the amount of people that can't afford any sort of sports to come here and enjoy winter activities, and it's kind of amazing to see. And so
Yeah.
those lend, like we don't lend them once, it's a lend system that they can come as much as they want, and as long as it's available, they're able to use it.
Right, because you can't sell them at yard sales. Nobody wants them. They just want
never.
the new stuff.
There's always a ski
You
set
could
at a yard
practically give
sale,
them
though.
away.
You're right.
Anyway, the only comment I'll make is that of all the groups that have come before us this evening, I think this is, for me personally, the one untouchable. I think dollar for dollar, I realize everybody does great stuff and everybody's going to save the whole world, and I appreciate all that. But I think as far as dollar for dollar tax value for what we get, Big Bend is arguably maybe one of the best, especially in the light of my kids certainly learned how to ski there. I still have people calling me. I got some emails over the course of the weekend. And normally emails, I read them and think, okay, I'll keep that in mind. But on this one, it's a little more personal, I think. And it's quite frankly, this sounds like an odd thing to say, but it's really a good use of a landfill site as opposed to just letting
Truly
it sit
is.
there. So as one member, it's the one that I'm not interested in cutting or trimming. As I said, I think dollar for dollar, it's probably one of the best value services we get in the city, and the fact that you try to accommodate the people who are not as affluent is kind of particularly appreciative. Thank you. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for all you do. I think it's just absolutely wonderful that people who want to introduce their kids to skiing don't have to go to Ottawa or the States or something like this. It's right here in the middle of town, and that's invaluable. And I printed out the article that was in the Freeholder last week. It was spectacular, all the wonderful photos by Greg Pierenboom. So, you know, we often say in defense of the arts, they're a tourist draw, but you are the ultimate tourist draw. So just, I think you're like the BMX track there in Gato Park.
An extreme sports center, in a sense.
Invaluable.
Thank you.
And the only, so.
You hit on a point there, too, that you don't need to be in a city like Ottawa or Kingston. Those cities that have the bigger ski hills, we're seeing a lot of them come to us. And it's because of the feeling they get. So almost daily now we see that people are coming from way outside our reach. I mean, the SDNG and counties are one thing, but we're hearing Brockville, Kingston, Toronto last week. The reason for it is it's that their kids are so comfortable here that they can learn so quickly that when they go to the schools, the ski schools, they're with amongst a lot of other kids where we do private one-on-one lessons. So with the one-on-one, the kids learn a lot quicker. And then when they go to these snow schools with their school events or however they do it, they're comfortable when they get there. So we're seeing people travel from really far away now to have their kids learn ski and snowboarding.
Excellent.
Councillor Gardner.
An attraction would be a toboggan run. And do you have a toboggan run?
Unfortunately, right now we do not, and the only reason for that is like the safety of our skiers and snowboarders.
Yeah.
So they have no chance to stop themselves on their toboggans, and so we don't want to add the two together. However, we do have massive plans in the future coming, and that is part of it.
Because that would be a good attraction as far as I'm concerned.
And a very affordable, fun thing for families.
That's exactly the point I'm trying to make, is it's affordable.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's the safety of the hill in itself. So it has to just be one or the other, unless we have an entirely new area devoted to that, which is actually in our future plans. So
I often come down the 7th Street extension, and I've gone in a couple of times and couldn't see any toboggan, or wondering why. So.
Well, we've got 10 chairs set up for you.
I only fit in one now. I don't need 10. No, thank you. Thank you for the service that you give. I saw the kids going up and
it's so
getting
fun.
Ready to come down. There's a couple of snowboarders in there. It's well used.
Thank you.
Thanks for what you do.
Councillor Good, then Councillor Gunjo.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Brett, thank you for the work that you've put into this facility. And it is evident, you know, social media sometimes is such a trap, but whenever you get to see this positive feedback from the community, it's very apparent that you've put your heart and soul into this project. I learned how to snowboard at Big Ben.
Yes.
My stepdaughter learned how to snowboard at Big Ben. I'm hoping that our little guy gets to do the same. And, you know, many family and friends use this. When you go there, and do you still have the skating rink? Is that part of it?
Unfortunately, we got so busy
it?
in the last few years. We had to double the size of our parking lot, which took away the rink. And so we now are completely full every day, our parking lot, to where they still park down our laneway. So the numbers are there now.
Good problems to have.
It is a very good problem to have.
For the like uniqueness of that space, and you really bring out this like family feeling. It is that way. And there's like a little fire pit, and just you can't put a dollar value on that. I don't know any other community of our size that has something like this. So
we are very unique in that way.
I don't know that I would have gone so far as untouchable, but I definitely think that it is such an important asset in our community, and something that encourages people of all ages to spend time outside, and just, you know, these winter months are hard to get through. So providing a really productive activity for people at a low cost. What is the cost for your
$17.95 for the whole day. So it's, if we open at 10, it's $16.95 with taxes, for the whole day from 10 to 5.
That's amazing. And the lending library, I'm assuming there's no cost to the lending library?
No, there's no cost to the lending library. And then private lessons are $40 plus tax for a 45-minute lesson one-on-one with a private trainer. So it's pretty neat. And we've tried to stay within that. Like, we haven't raised our prices very much in years. It's actually me that raised them last year, just to kind of to help with the struggle of everything. I don't think they were raised in many years. And so this year we didn't raise it at all again. So
How do you find, like, do you feel like you have enough within your budget to continue operations in the way that you have been?
we have decided to grow like substantially, and it always fell on the back of Demolition Plus, who is the landowners. So if you ask their accountants, they don't like me very much because I lose them money in a sense as an operation. I think last year was maybe one of the first years that I think we'd grossed $1,000 by the end of the year.
So you're, anything that comes in, you're spending it.
100%.
Yeah.
But at that point, it was for the betterment of the hill. We have added 3 completely new runs: the walking trails, cross-country ski trails, fire pit areas, hockey rinks. We have not stopped. And so the money that we've brought in has just generated and went right back to Big Bend to make it better.
Awesome.
And we don't plan on stopping anytime soon. There's a lot more in the future.
And what are your hours, if you can just...
Yeah, so we just changed them to be open longer. So we're Tuesday, Wednesday, 3 to 9, Thursday, Friday, 3 to 10, and Saturday, Sunday, 10 to 5.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Definitely support. And like we said to many of the other organizations, your funding was not being threatened.
We didn't know what to do. We just
being
went
presented as something that, you know, is not core funding, or not mandatory funding, I should
Thank
say.
you.
So really happy to see you here, and thanks for all the hard work you're doing.
Councillor Ngunju.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for your presentation. You were just in time. But please, how much are you expecting from the council?
Sorry to state that. So how much are we expecting to get from the city?
Yes.
So I think every 3 years it was about $105,000. Divided over 3 years, we get about 30-something thousand a year to run our operations.
And you had it.
I hope I'm right about those numbers as well. I'm not exactly sure, but it's around those numbers.
Okay. And how long did you get these found from the city? You had it for
48 years now. I think it's always been in partnership with the city.
Okay.
And so, so it's been fun. Yeah, February of 1975.
Okay. Thank you.
Further questions, comments? Councillor Bear?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question. Do you operate the ski hill as a nonprofit, or is it an incorporated business?
I think it's incorporated, to be honest with you, yes.
Okay.
It's incorporated through Demolitions Plus as
Okay.
like another numbered company.
Yep,
which
yep.
would be us.
I was just thinking of all these great other potential expansion projects.
So we
you-
actually just got Cornwall Tourism that had given us, I think it was about, I'm not too sure, but like we had applied for the tourism grant,
Right.
and I think we may have gotten it. And now we have other people working on other grants outside. We've never done that before.
That's great.
As well as local businesses this season has also gave us money to better the hill.
Yeah.
So we've done a lot with that, which was the parking lot, new lighting,
Mhm.
toys, etc. So.
Yeah, there are definitely some grants that are open to like incorporated businesses and some for nonprofits. So good to know that you're taking advantage
We
of
are
that.
trying our
since
best.
there's a lot of potential to even grow beyond what you already have. So great work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Further comments? Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you so much.
Madam Clerk?
We have one last registered speaker, Mr. Mayor, Melanie Dawson. So that concludes our list of speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, before we adjourn for the evening, just want to remind council, so tomorrow we resume budget deliberations. We have Mr. Fawthorpe and a few departments under his purview presenting. Is this mic on? I forgot my mic. Okay, thank you, Councilor Good. Yeah. I'm not only a member, I'm the chairman. So I'd just like to remind council, tomorrow at 3 p.m. we resume our budget deliberations. We'll start with presentations from Mr. Fawthorpe's department, and then we can move into debate and motions at that time. Just a reminder, some of you already asked administration for some assistance with motions. You're still more than welcome to do so prior to the meeting. If you're looking for some assistance there, the clerk has sent out some emails with more detail there. In closing, I just want to take the opportunity to thank all of council, administration, and all the members of the public who participated today. Obviously, none of them are here anymore. We got an empty gallery, but when we started this meeting, it was very full. We're flowing into the next room, and I think it's great to see that level of participation. And I certainly look forward to future town halls where we have that level of participation. Merci au résident pour votre participation ce soir. Si c'était en personne ou en ligne, ben merci for your interest. Motion to adjourn. Councilor Hebert, Councilor Bennett. Actually, wait, before I do that, is this separate from our budget proceedings? I can adjourn, okay. I just want to be sure I don't adjourn us for budget, okay. Councilor Hebert, Councilor Bennett, all in favor? Carried. Carried, thank you, yeah.